first, I guess, do roll call.
Commissioner Lyons?
Here.
Commissioner Tunnell is absent. Commissioner Nemec?
Here.
Commissioner Kinzer?
Here.
Commissioner Rock?
Here.
Commissioner Moss?
Here.
Commissioner Milphy?
Right. Looks like we have a quorum. First question, just to confirm with staff that all notices and everything was done on time and
Yep.
as needed. Great. And remind the commissioners that if any of the applications that we deal with have had any ex parte communications, or if there's any conflicts of interest, please bring that to our attention at the time of the application. Okay, moving right along, we'll go to the review and approval of the minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review the April 5th minutes? If there's any questions, concerns, or any changes?
Yes and no.
Make a motion that we approve the April 5th
Right.
minutes as written.
Second. All right, we have a first and a second on the approval of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion is carried. The minutes are approved. All right, and we'll move on to the first preliminary plan review. We have a pre-application for a variance of 300 Cron Lane with Leslie and Terry Roberts. We have Leslie or Terry here. If you'd like to go ahead and present for us. If you have your name and address, please.
Give my name and address.
Yes, please.
Leslie Roberts, 215 North 3rd Street, McCall.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I wanted to ask, did all the commissioners get the document that I submitted?
Yep.
The first section has project description, and hopefully you've had a chance to go over all that. I don't have too much time here, so I'm not going to go over that. This was previously approved with DR-20-14 in 2020. I believe it was October. We are, my wife and I, requesting a variance request due to the change in conditions of use and the change in height restriction definition. The change in condition of use is a deed restriction requiring that a portion of the structure be deeded so that it is commercial or specific residential use. The first thing that my wife and I would like to ask is that our request for an extension of our design review, we asked that it be reinstated as it was, and we give a list of hardships and reasons why we are requesting that. Brian's already told me that he would recommend that that not be approved, but I'm petitioning the Planning and Zoning Commission that we do that. If not, we would like the Planning and Zoning to consider giving us a variance for the height restriction and for the deed requirement. Personally, and with some of my counsel, I question the legality of the deed restriction. So anyway, that's what I petitioned the Planning and Zoning, and said the first request would be that they reinstate or, reinstate our previously approved design review. This COVID and a bunch of different things that come into play there. In wrapping this up for me, I'd like to say McCall doesn't build basically anything in a year. And all the time limits that are on persons building, whether it's a contractor or individual, is limited to a year for design review approval, building permits, so on and so forth. I'd like the planning and zoning council, whoever has charge of that, to consider just extending that to an automatic 2 years with a 1 year extension. That's all I have to say. Any questions for me?
So, or on the change of use, you're saying your original plan was just to have the home with kind of an additional living space, right? And so what are you changing on that now, or is it just because the code has changed?
Code's changed. We were finally, after 2 years, able to get through the requirements and get our plans and engineering and stuff finalized. And by the time that all transpired, the design review had expired, and I acknowledged that I wasn't paying close enough attention and didn't file for the 6-month limited extension, which would be expired by now anyway, but so yes, that's, if I was required to meet the existing requirements, I would have to start all over and from as far as planning and all that, my blueprints and engineering and everything would have to be completely redone.
Ryan, on this, and I noticed at least on the height code, finally kind of modified that. So before it was an average.
So before it was, this was before my time, so I may not get it exactly correct, but it was based on existing natural grade, the average adjacent to the property. The change was to make it the more restrictive of either existing natural grade or finished floor. In Mr. Roberts' case, he has a daylight basement garage that is approximately 40 feet below the peak of the roof. And so on one side of the building, it is 20 some feet. On the other side, where the garage is, it is 40 feet tall. And that is the above the limit as defined currently.
It's actually almost 30, 29 point something feet on the west side. The east side, it's 40 foot, half inch, something like that. So,
You know, the terrain drops down there pretty good in that little valley. It's just right past or Blackbird, on the other side of Blackbird to the east. There's a private drive that goes back there and it's off the side. I don't know.
Can you explain a little bit about the designated use?
So that is the requirement for commercial zone properties, which this one is, that either it includes a commercial or public use, which is supposed to be on the ground floor, or an equivalent square footage of at least half the ground floor area as a deed restricted housing unit.
Okay.
This application has a accessory dwelling unit in it, but it is less than half of the square footage of the ground floor.
Sure that in your brain.
The height for the code was in effect when we approved it in 2020.
Yes.
So what is changing on that now?
No, it was approved during like a small lapse in that section.
That's right.
Was it?
Or this-
Yeah, there was
So
like a
that wasn't there?
3-month time section where it did not exist, and that was when the original design review was
Okay.
approved. And then,
Well, but no, there was still, with the commercial, there was still a requirement for,
yeah, and there was a weird small exemption in the use chart or within the dimensional language that didn't state the local housing unit portion, so residential would have been allowed to a certain extent. It was hard for us to figure out what it was, but when we read through Morgan's staff report and Diane's work on it, it was within a 3-month time period where within the commercial zone, the community commercial zone specifically, it would have been allowed.
There's one here in here somewhere.
No, we didn't include the design plans because we don't get that far into analysis and deliberation.
Yeah, 'cause it's
on
just a
code sections.
preliminary.
Yeah.
just kind of give us general thoughts. Say I was part of that original approval. It seemed to fit for the time. Locations somewhat commercial. I mean, you have Black Bear on one side. You go up to the east to that, and then you have My Mountain Nursery, and I think there's something in between, some private land in between that I think is not developed. It's really not super commercial, but it could be.
Right.
Doesn't really lend itself for ground floor commercial. It's not like you're gonna have drive-in traffic at this point in time. I mean,
Right.
years ago, they were trying to do a business park at that whole area, but that kind of fell apart many years ago.
There are two other residences right near me within 150 feet.
Yeah, you got Brad Beaver on one side and
Randy.
Randy across the street there, but they're fairly residential. Tom, Liz, you have any thoughts or concerns on this? You might be muted.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around where this is and what it is. Seems like, so what is the current height restriction?
So the current height restriction is 35 feet as it was when it was approved. It's just a different rule for measuring it.
Right. So they're, under their current design, they're 5 feet over?
Yes.
And that's the change in the way of measuring.
With the new code
Yeah.
that just recently got enacted. So it was previously approved a couple years ago. And location-wise, if you turn on Cron, you go past Black Bear RV Park and there's a little road right behind it that goes back and currently services three homes. And it does connect to some property in the back that's actually, I believe, industrial zoned. This property faces towards the east and it does have a pretty good slope down the back side of it to a little draw down below. So there is a pretty good grade that goes down. So their building design pretty much fits for that grade. So it's not like 40 feet on the flat. It's still on either side of it, I guess, or a dip on the side of it. So, I mean, I can see some reasoning for that, but I say it's kind of a bummer that they missed the extension timeframe.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we've had any others in the past. I know we've done some extensions of different projects and things in the past. I don't know if they really had to go through the full redo or not.
No, but they've always gotten the extension request in before it expired.
And the consideration is a variance or not of the existing code?
Correct.
Yeah, it would be going back to their original approval that was done in 2020. That's basically what they're looking at, variance, to go back to their original approval. So if they would have got started in time and built in time, it would be there now based on what was approved previously. But
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't give me terrible heartburn, the variance, as long as it's not, altering the character of the existing neighborhood. It was approved at one point in time. And you're talking, I mean, 5 feet. I don't know if the neighbors are concerned about that.
If I remember correctly, I don't think we had any neighbor concerns at the time of the application or the previous application. It would definitely be one of the nicest homes in the area. Cause you either got the RV park or you got an old manufactured home with a snow roof over it. And Brad's next door is kind of an older home too. I mean, it would definitely be the nicest home in the neighborhood. So it's not hurt anything at that point. More of just, it is not going according to the current code. It's not, doesn't fit.
Right.
You understand there are some, extenuating circumstances with COVID and stuff. Everything was delayed, so I can understand that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting
So-
point.
Given that this is pre-application, what's the next steps? It's
We just kind of give our
Follows
thoughts.
the process.
There's no official
Okay.
thing, just kind of give in general what we're thinking.
Well, it's not really grandfathered in, I mean, per se, but the approval was made, and if it's a case of a timing thing, you just missed the opportunity to reapply, but
Yeah,
it seems like a logistics to me, but,
it's not super old.
yeah.
I mean, if it was 10 years, it'd be something, or even
Be
5 years. I mean,
No, but it is sort of normal. I mean, it's not,
yeah,
these last 2 years have been not just normal, like, oh, whoops, I forgot. It's been
Yeah.
somewhat extenuated circumstances.
yeah, and there's
last couple
limited
years.
contact with staff. I mean,
Yeah,
available,
it's
but
been a
it's
little
still
bit.
not normal.
And I put up there, in case it helps you ponder any other further questions, the standards for variance, which is kind of where the main struggle that we've had pondering it live, and that our standards in McCall for variances are very, very strict, and it's very hard to meet them. So they're there for you to ponder, but what's written in the code is basically the basis for why we have a hard time determining. And we have had, Rachel messaged me and said that we have had projects in the last 5-10 years come back through and start over. And it does happen. Entitlements do lapse and the code does change. And it would just be a matter of building the case and the facts that satisfy the conditions and the standards for granting a variance. And that would be what you're looking at.
Okay.
They are up on the screen here.
Okay.
So when it comes back in, it's not coming back in as a design review, it's coming back in as a variance request
To renew the previous application.
of design review,
Well,
of variance request.
It's either, would there be a way within the standards for the variance to alleviate expiration dates? Or would there be a way to make an alleviation for the new definition of building height and the new code requirement or the reinstated code requirement to place a deed restriction on a certain amount of residential space within the community commercial zone? So
Okay.
can any of those fit into variance standards?
I think at this point, it would be good if the applicant was to come back, I guess, and justify where he would fit in those variance requirements. If he were to come and say, this is why you fit within any one or multiple of those items would be helpful.
I can read them.
Yeah, you can give some time when you come back, but they can get you either copy or it's on the city website too. You can find them there, Brian Kitch, but that would probably be helpful if you were to be able to come back and justify within those requirements of us granting a variance. I know that'd be helpful for the commission.
Chairman Lyons, if I can ask a question through Bill Puckeny.
Yeah.
Bill, would it be okay if I read some of the variance standards at this point, given the application fee it's very costly, and getting an impression on just the general standards from the commission might help provide some insight?
Yeah, I think so. obviously it's up to the commission. Really what the message should be is to the applicant, if you can fall within these standards, then, you know, certainly we want to be helpful to you, but these are difficult standards to meet. And this board, although we are sympathetic to the issues that have arisen with the development of your property, we are bound by our ordinances. And so it's up to the applicant to demonstrate through provision of evidence that they can meet these standards. And Meredith, I mean, if we want to get into it now, because you're right, the variance application is costly and time consuming, both in terms of the application fee, but also staff time. You know, certainly we could do a rundown on each of these standards and talk about what's been presented today and maybe give the applicant, you know, some direction so they can make the best decision moving forward. But, you know, at the outset, the message is we really are bound by these standards within the McCall City Code. So is that helpful? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's up to you guys. Would you like me to read through them?
I'm personally fine without reading them.
Well, I think it kind of goes back to the applicant to really let you know that that's how important it is. It fits within either some or all of, or not all, but some of those guidelines for us to be able to grant a variance. Because we certainly don't want you to spend a bunch of money that's not going to go anywhere, and we can't say that at this point, but it definitely has to fit within some of those criteria for us to be able to do a variance.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to lay some of this stuff out in advance when I initially presented it. I don't know if it's meaning, if it's stating what this is asking or not, but what's found on the city website.
Yes.
Site. Yeah, I think when I presented this document that I referenced that as I went along, and it's several pages, and I didn't feel like I had time to read through it all right now publicly, but I can, if there's some additional.
I'm thinking here you've kind of identified some of your areas of thing, but maybe if you reference them specifically to those and made sure you felt that you had a strong position with those. And again, it's kind of in your park. If you can justify some of those, then I think you have.
So what's the time frame on that?
I don't know if there's really a time frame necessarily, depending on how soon you're looking to do stuff to be back in front of our.
It would just be the traditional application deadline. I think that what I'm trying to imply at this point is it's a $3,000 application fee to even ask for the alleviations beyond the pre-application stage. And we can read the standards through right now with the commission if you would like, for them to compare the materials that we provided with the standards for granting a variance, just to give you a better impression of whether you should spend those $3,000. Because I know that one of the issues at play is that you've already invested a lot in the project, and this would be investing quite a bit more.
It would be less than start from scratch.
All right, then we don't have to go through it. That's all right. That's all right.
Fair.
Yeah. I mean, I think as long as to be able to come back and
I'll review that.
do your strongest points possible within variance requirements.
Okay.
I think everybody else agree? Any other thoughts be helpful? Okay, thank you. Okay, now moving on to the application for a planned unit development subdivision plat at 204 and 210 North 3rd. Steve, are you going to be presenting?
Yes, I am.
Real quick, I would like to disclose that I actually own property that joins this property to the south at 309 McBride Street. It's rental. There's basically my daughter lives in that house. I can recuse myself if you like and wait for my comments on the the neighborhood meeting, or if you like, I could help with comments here, because I do know the area and a couple things that I might be able to help point out a possible concern for you or just thoughts. So it's completely up to you, Steve, what you prefer.
From my perspective, Mr. Chairman, it's really a matter of your decision, and which I will completely respect. And if you're comfortable proceeding, you certainly understand the responsibilities as being a commission member, and I'm certainly comfortable if you are. The recusal would assume you have an economic interest and may not be able to objectively review the application. And unless you feel that's the case, then I'm certainly comfortable.
I don't really feel it's an economic thing. I think if anything, I could help just because I know the property so well, and just, you know, I always knew something was going to be developed back there, so I don't have any problem as far as that part of it. So I think I could just be helpful. I don't say there's no monetary gain for me to do. I just, if everybody just disclose it's, you know, property does back up to this piece.
Well, I appreciate you raising the issue, but as I say, I'm comfortable proceeding if you are. So.
Okay, I think I can definitely keep it good for you. All right,
Awesome.
well, if you'd like to present and move forward.
I'll do so. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Steve Milliman, 706 North First, representing the applicant. This will be an application for 23 single-family residential units, townhome units. The property is zoned community commercial. The use is a permitted use within the zone. The reason that we would accompany the subdivision plat with a planned unit development is that when doing townhomes, by definition, a project requires some alleviation from the standards of the ordinance by the fact that there are common walls and individual building setbacks defer to overall project setbacks. So anytime we're dealing with townhomes, we almost by definition have to accompany that with a planned unit development. So those would be the two applications, as well as scenic review that we would anticipate, and potentially design review. It is anticipated currently that the layout in front of you would be the layout, but I will say that the issues of ingress and egress are still being studied some, and are subject to getting some further input and collaboration with Morgan, the city engineer, as well as with our traffic engineer to make sure that that is sort of the optimal and preferred ingress and egress layout. It's anticipated that the owners of the Holiday Inn Express Hotel will purchase at least 2 of these units and use them for employee housing for hotel employees. It is also anticipated that this project will contain a prohibition on short-term vacation rentals. So to the extent that there are rentals, they would be long-term. Otherwise, the project I think is fairly straightforward. Morgan has already commented preliminarily and identified some issues that we'll be dealing with as we move forward with the application. We are already well into a process with Payette Lakes Water and Sewer District. Their engineers have modeled the project because, as you know, when you have a commercial piece of property, the sewer district doesn't recognize any density on commercial properties. So they recognize a density of 1 unit. Subject to modeling the project and determining what improvements they would require to service the project. We've been through that process, paid for the modeling. The district has identified in considerable specificity what improvements to the collection system would be required to provide the required sewer permits for this project. It is envisioned that the sewer collection from this property would go over to Thula Street, and then down to Dinehard. And then there are some odd twists and turns between that and the lift station at the river. There are actually 2 lift stations at the river, and Dinehard splits into 2 parallel lines due to some historic dealings between the district and the city. So we're clear on that. We would anticipate entering into a development agreement with the sewer district, identifying those improvements and memorializing the fact that sewer permits would be contingent on those improvements being completed. It does appear there's an opportunity here to joint venture on those improvements with another developer, at least one other developer who faces pretty much the same requirements. And we're obviously exploring that carefully to see if there might be some economies of scale in joint venturing those. But we are aware of what would be required in order to secure the sewer permits for the project, and proceed with the anticipation that the city would require those as a condition of building permits being issued for the project. Happy to answer any questions or hear any comments at this point if you haven't.
Steve, real quick, one thing with, I don't know if they've discussed with the neighbor or not, but 307 McBride, there is, which backs up to building 9 and 11. Currently, there is a access road that goes right there over to the Holiday Inn.
Okay.
That road has been there for quite some time. I do know that house, Randy's house that he rents out, accesses that to get to the back part of his property where his garage and stuff is. So you might consider that or have some discussions with him, might come up with a neighborhood meeting, I don't know, but based on this, it would pretty much cut his access off to where his garage is. And I think that access has been there for quite some time, and I know he's used it for many, many years. So something to be aware of.
Thanks.
And then the only other thought I have is, and this would be as a neighborhood, is that back fence line that goes basically behind building 3 and 5 and 1. I know that property drops off a little bit from the McBride Street properties, but any kind of additional buffers and stuff, I think would be not only helpful for the neighbors, but with your buildings there, because I do know that my daughter uses her backyard quite often and a fair amount of noise and animals and dogs and kids. So probably more of a buffer for those condos would be benefit the people of those condos more than my daughter. She wants a big wall, and you put a great big wall there, she would love it, but I don't think city code would allow that. But any kind of buffers along there would, I think, be beneficial for the condos or the townhomes. It does drop off lower, so I do know it's a little bit wetter area, but I know with the engineers will do that. But I think one of the big things is kind of being aware of the access for Randy's house there at 307 McBride. Because
Okay.
if it goes right down the borderline, it could potentially be, pretty much of a cutoff to him and him be able to access his garage.
Okay, that's a good heads up. We'll take a look at that. And Morgan has identified some concerns about stormwater, and I should let you know that historically, stormwater from the old Pancake House property has been conveyed onto this property, but that has been done by a license, a permissive agreement that at the discretion of this property owner, the Pancake House property will develop its own stormwater treatment. And so that will be happening, and that will remove a fair amount of the surface water, stormwater that currently can collect on the property. But the engineers will be looking at all that as well. But that's a good heads up on that access issue. We'll take a look at that and talk with Randy about it as well.
Now, these appear to be 2-story buildings?
I think that's correct. 2 units per building. Well, some are 1-unit buildings. The maximum is 2-unit buildings, which keeps them within the definition of single-family residence and under the code.
Okay. Commissioners, any other thoughts or pass along with this week? Right across from Miners.
Yeah, I didn't locate this for you. This is immediately south of the Holiday Inn Express Hotel.
It's a parking lot up
Property.
there. That's
Right here, yeah.
that's the parking for the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah. You see the parking across the top part there.
Yeah.
So currently, there's that old white house there across from the Pancake House, and behind it's been an old RV park that really hasn't been used.
Right.
And then most of it where you see from like buildings 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is just, there's a road that goes basically right through where building 8 or 11, 9 and 7 back into, you can see the gap in between the parking spaces.
Oh, yeah.
That's where that road pretty much goes straight back there. Other than that, it's just natural on that particular lot. And the other one that faces this, like I said, it's been kind of an RV camp trailer park for some of the staff. They haven't used it for a couple of years now. And then the old white building up front hasn't been used for 2 or 3 years either.
Right. What's sitting directly to the west?
Another vacant lot.
They're just vacant lots, right?
And then there's a house that backs up to Thula.
Okay.
And you said that road that would be eliminated is where now, or possibly could be eliminated?
It goes right through building 11, from McBride through building 11, all the way straight up, and you can see the gap in between the parking like here. It goes right there.
All right.
I guess, Steve, you're looking at the flow of traffic, that road does come out fairly close to the entrance of the hotel. I don't know if that's any issue or not, or.
Well, if we stick with this alignment, then ITD will be commenting on that, I'm sure. And so that's one of the things that we have to look at with John Ringer, the traffic engineer who'll be working with us, is how does that work and how does that work? And, you know, there is the option of just coming off of McBride, which would still be feasible, but we've got to more carefully evaluate what the issues might be with ITD.
Yeah, and there is a current access there right now
Yep.
already. It's been being used, so.
I think at one time that you would know better, Mr. Chairman, but I think one time that RV park had something like 19 hookups. Is that right? Did I hear that correctly?
I don't know if it had that many, but probably 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe up to 10.
Okay.
Probably at least 10. I don't know if it had any more, but yeah, it had, and it's been a couple years since it's been really used, but it at one point had quite a few in there.
Okay.
It might have been a little bit more than that. I don't remember seeing 19 in there, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's,
What about, isn't there an amenities requirement for PUD?
well, it looks like it's got the gazebo with benches. You asked about the amenities. I see you got like a gazebo with benches. I'm assuming that's for like bus stop,
Where is that?
right?
Oh, I see
on
it. I see it.
Building 1 and the highway.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that the only amenity, I think, we see, Steve? Is the
I think that's the
gazebo?
only one that's called out currently. We have to work with staff on the whole issue of sidewalks, pedestrian pathways, that sort of thing, to figure out where we wind up on that relative to a potential second amenity.
Okay. Commissioners, any other thoughts, questions?
None for me.
All right, yeah, I think we're good on this side, Steve. I think it looks pretty good for what could be in there.
Okay, appreciate it. Look forward to coming back to you with a full application after we do the neighborhood meeting and get our ducks in a row.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the pre-application for PUD for the to be determined Dinehard Lane. Ben Semple for ZWJ Properties. We have Ben.
Hi,
Ben.
Mr. Chairman and committee members. Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street in Boise. Yeah, I'm representing ZWJ Properties. The site here is off of Dinehard Lane. It's just southwest of the Idaho Fish and Game Office. That's on Dinehard, if you're familiar with that location. This was an old gravel pit. So there's been some fill being placed in there over the years, and my client is looking to develop a multifamily project, primarily consisting of workforce housing. And so I wanted to clarify something. It looked like in the pre-application on the agenda, it said 118 units. It's 112 units. Just wanted to clarify that, not that it's a huge change, but, and it's a mixture of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 4 bedroom. I did get some additional information from my client. I'm not sure if I can share that with the committee right now. Can I share my screen with you guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just to clarify, the 2 parcels, it's currently 2 parcels. It consists of these 2 right here off of Dinehard Lane. Can you see the site plan here as well?
Yes.
Okay. So these will be the 4 bedroom units. And then these 2 buildings are a mixture of the 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. The red shaded on the first floor is the commercial amenity space for the development. We did do we had a traffic impact study done that just indicated that the amount of traffic that would come from this development would not negatively impact Dinehard or the local nearby intersections. We understand that Dinehard Lane project sounds like it's been taken off the table for happening. I think it was supposed to happen this summer, potentially. So we know there's some additional work we need to do with staff at the city to figure out what we need to do for the improvements along Dinehard. A lot of the conversation tonight is trying to determine, we only have 1 access point shown here. We currently don't have any other public roadways abutting this site. So it's been a little difficult to find a compliant second entry. We're kind of landlocked here on the other 3 sides of the property. So with the commercial amenity space right now, we're showing just under 2,700 square feet. And then we would look at restricting, excuse me, the units in a percentage of the units to meet the CC multifamily code for doing a development like this. We would be utilizing some pre-manufactured units. If you're familiar with Gurdon, it's a manufacturing company. They handle approximately 80% of the labor to construct these units happens off-site in one of their facilities. And then they transport these to the site. They have fixtures in them, light switches. They bring a crane, they set them, and then they do the flooring and the finishes to the exterior on the site. So it does save a little bit of construction time at the site itself. I was going to run through some of the floor plans. So the 1 bedroom unit is 33 by 24.9. There's kitchen, living, and then a second modular unit is placed for the bathroom and bedroom. The 2 bedroom unit is essentially the same. They just add another of the 1 bedroom units to the other side. And then the 4 bedroom units, this acts sort of like a dorm, I guess, for lack of a better term, where each room is leased separately. It's kind of a quad setup. The 2 bedrooms, each bedroom has a bathroom, and then there is a central common space for kitchen, living area in there. Just an example image of some of the finishes on the outside. We're still working through this. The architect is on here too, Brian Wenzel from Pivot North Architecture here in Boise. This is sort of the concept, natural materials, colors, nothing that's going to jump out. We would also have on-site bike parking as well as some snow storage areas. I'll go back to my site plan. Right now, with the way that this site has been dug out down here, we anticipate this ramping down into the lower area. We've identified some larger areas on the periphery for snow storage. We would also handle drainage within these landscaped areas, and then trying to create a berm along the sides to kind of protect it from those other commercial and then some sort of industrial uses like to the south. We do have a fire lane in here that wraps the site. We have a number of ADA compliant stalls. The 4-bedroom units here would be set up in pairs. As you can see, a 3-story stair access is indicated on the gray boxes here on the site plan. And then we do have some covered parking. These are indicative of some covered parking stalls associated with each building. And then we have 3 trash enclosures shown on the site. Still working on mail location. Got a little bit of work to do on that. Let's see, we do have geotech that's done, and they're doing some groundwater monitoring just because this is kind of down in a hole. And then the owner has ordered a preliminary sewer run just to check capacity and see how we service this with sewer. And so we're just looking for a little bit of feedback and kind of the direction to go. Excited to try to bring a little bit different product, as well as to provide, some ability for workforce housing here in McCall.
So on the amenity office space, is that just, am I seeing maybe like 6 units of office space?
It's approximately 2,700 square feet. We're kind of going with, I know that in the CC, you're looking for a lot of the ground level to be that commercial space. We were hoping to do a combination of that amenity or commercial space along with some deed restriction on some of the units so that we could meet that threshold for the number of units and just the development overall within the community commercial area.
You mentioned you had some geotech done, so you're testing all the compaction, because that's been obviously dug out over the years and slowly filled back in, and whenever the city was able to.
Yeah, there's definitely some undocumented fill on the site, and so that's getting tested. There will be some removal and recompaction of some of that material that's been placed. So that's, there is geotech, and then, like I said, some groundwater monitoring, so we know how we're going to handle drainage here.
I do have some concern that there's just one entrance and exit. I think pretty strongly we need more than one entrance and exit with that many units. If something was to happen and everybody's trying to get out or anything weird, that just, if there's a way to find an additional ingress egress, it would be good.
And that, to be totally honest, we kind of knew that was going to be the conversation. We've had that conversation a little bit with staff prior to submitting for the pre-app. I'm going to jump back to the aerial photo here. We're a little restricted just because there is a public roadway. I believe this is public here to the east. There's just some kind of dead zone here where it's challenging. We've looked, the owner is trying to figure out if he can figure out a way to get out on the east side here. As we drop down in here, the only option for coming out of the lower area with a second access without coming up top first would be to come across this lower lot, which is not controlled by him. And this is probably a 20-foot slope or so here. So there's definitely some grading challenges that we'll be exploring with engineering and conversations with nearby property owners to see how we can accomplish that. Obviously, we don't want to do something that is going to cause any issues in an emergency situation. So we're very much understanding of that.
I believe that property to the east is county-owned property.
Okay.
Still, that's where the had the annex, and then you got the springs that they've donated for the land. So that's where the recycle center used to be. So there's, I would think there's hopefully would be some kind of, especially if you're doing housing, there, you know, maybe you do a little bit more deed restricted housing and the county might be open to doing something. I can't speak for them, but that could be something that, you know, it's not, at least it's not privately owned and you have to deal with that. It is county, and they would hopefully be open to doing something with you with, you know, deed restricted housing. One other question I have is storage for the units. You live here, you got toys, and I don't really see much for storage. So I think a storage of some sort for the units somehow would be wise.
And we do have those stairwells, will include some storage areas for each unit to be able to store some stuff in there. We're trying to, you know, with this being 1 and 2 bedroom, we're thinking that it is really being geared towards either younger workforce up there or people that might not have a whole lot of toys because they're not, you know, vacation rentals.
Everybody up here has toys.
Well,
The younger, the more they have as far as kayaks and bikes and skis.
Yes.
And so storage of some sort would be important, more bigger than stairwells. I mean, even small units would be wise just because everybody has toys. They may not be brand new, but they've got toys.
I was thinking more of like the boats and RVs and stuff like that. So
Yeah, no, more of smaller personal storage part of
Yes.
stuff.
that's definitely in the plan to incorporate that into each building. Definitely.
Commissioners, any other thoughts or concerns or questions or ideas?
Make sure you get enough snow storage.
Yeah.
And I would just echo the access issue. If there was a way to work with the county somehow and establish access that way, or definitely a much needed use in our town. So
Great. Well, yeah, we're still in conversations with everybody and exploring options. We just wanted to get in front of the commission as early as we possibly could to really vet this adequately, so we're not coming in with something that requires a whole lot of changes when we make our formal application. So,
Is there a fire code issue with the one entrance and one exit? Is that?
Probably.
Yeah, I would have to think that would be.
Now, with these being modular,
Get that put together, yeah.
with this being modular and this many units, are they required to have fire sprinklers?
I would be pretty confident that this would require. ours.
These are all pre-built going in, so they don't, I don't know how.
That can be designed. They went to
Yeah.
a conference
They
on
can design it
modular
in.
prefab, and they can get all the things cut in.
Okay.
Otherwise, they'd have a non-code compliant
Yeah.
apartment complex.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. So,
no, we definitely want to comply with all the codes, fire code and building code. So, yeah. Again, I think Brian has been looking into that, and so we're still trying to get a determination on square footage of the buildings that requires fire sprinklers, construction type, stuff like that. So.
okay, yeah, I think, looks definitely interesting.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. I mean, knowing that there's a lot of need up there for workforce and keeping some affordability in that housing. Really looking forward to coming up with a good solution for this site and really bringing that product to the city.
I think it's in an area that you really don't have that not in my backyard feel either, because it's a lot of commercial around it.
Yep.
You already got the springs there, you got a little bit of buffer.
And
You got
it's
Commerce Street with a lot of, you know, commercial / industrial use. You got the post office and then the state land, so it
It's a good spot.
wouldn't affect.
School.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a good location without having a bunch of issues, I think, as far as neighborhood.
And we're hoping that a lot of those businesses and the commercial around there really embrace it because it gives an option for their employees to live, you know, within walking distance of their businesses and their workplace. So, yeah, it was by design for this location to be chosen for this product. So
Now, one thing too, and this might be come up in the roads, I just thought about it, because across the street is the pathway that goes to the schools. So it might incorporate something in at least a designated area or some
Crosswalk.
signage, crosswalk, whatever city would require, but maybe a little bit more emphasis on it that, hey, we've got a crosswalk here, not just a regular one, but extra signage really to, draw attention to it because it will be used a lot because anybody going to the stores and the kids going to the school.
It gets used a lot, that path across the street right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
We would definitely like to reinforce that and so that it's, used and encouraged to be used continually. So yeah, that's good advice. I appreciate that.
Has there been any thought put into a transit location? I don't know if there's a bus pickup nearby there or.
I think there
It
might
seems
One
like
of the
there's a
Pick
bus
up at
stop
the-
right here.
They pick up at the
Post
post
office.
office.
They pick up the post office almost across the street.
Yeah, just down
It
the road
looks like
there.
there's one here in front of that county property as well.
Oh,
great.
okay.
I didn't know they stopped there, I guess, if you wave them down.
I always see people at the post office.
Yeah, that's why I see it.
Mhm.
We don't currently have designated bus stops for the local service. It's just wherever you flag them
Just flag them
down.
down, yeah.
There's a few shelters around town, but it's not a designated system. The
That'd be a good spot.
blue
for
dot
shelter.
on there that you're seeing is for the green line that runs all the way to Cascade and back.
Oh, okay.
It's the-
Okay.
And that could be something you discuss with the county and utilize it. Because there was a pickup drop off with that many people back and forth to Cascade.
Okay.
Okay, anything else from the commissioners? Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
All right, now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Two items with record of survey for the property on Mather and then scenic route for 1023 Caitlin Loop. Anybody have any questions, want to pull those out for any discussion, or are they good to move forward with those as detailed?
I did not have anything, I don't think. I know I didn't have anything on the record of survey. Other than the scenic route.
Yeah, just scenic route with the way the Lick Creek Meadows is, as it runs along there, everything that has to do it is pretty much standard.
Yeah.
Oh, anybody like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve in a second. All in favor?
Right.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion is carried. The consent agenda has been approved. All right, in old business, we have no old business. So we'll move to design review 2138 at 201 Rio Vista. Stephen Edwards. Stephen here or, oh, yes, there he is. All right, Stephen, come up.
This is a request and a proposal.
Name and address.
Excuse me. Steve Edwards, 201 Rio Vista, McCall, Idaho. This is a two-car open-sided carport proposed for the east side of this house. Right now, there is no covered parking on the site. We constructed last summer an entryway so that we could get to the front door because of the snowfall in winter. Since it had metal roofs, I had to dig out every single morning. And at this point, we still have no place to park cars. So essentially, the purpose of this is just to enable us to have a good parking location in the wintertime primarily. It is a fairly straightforward structure. Glue lambs and 2x6s with matching onyx composite roofing. Have all of the engineering calculations and specifications ready for the permit to be submitted as soon as there is approval of this. The garage is pretty well sheltered from the road. There's existing conifer trees between it and Rio Vista. I've already added additional greenery and blocked off the existing, the previous driveway that was on the east side of the house, which we are no longer using. This area was so steep that it was essentially unusable in the winter anyway, so we're just going to block it off because it's unnecessary. And that's pretty much the entire request.
All right.
All right, yeah, so this is 201 Rio Vista. There was a conditional use permit application a few months back that this was wrapped up into, that was ultimately recommended for denial and then withdrawn, but they are back to get the airport portion done that at staff's recommendation. We said, don't worry about doing a separate application. We'll just do it all in the conditional use permit, and then that didn't work out, so got to try again. But yeah, the carport brings the total structure size of this building over 5,000 square feet. Hence, design review is required. As the applicant has stated, it's pretty well landscaped from the street. Wood is generally the main visible element from the street. Pretty consistent architecturally with the rest of the building. Really the only condition of approval beyond the typical is to show snow storage locations. They have a big lot and there's plenty of space alongside the driveways. It's just not identified on a site plan anywhere. So yeah, with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Pretty cut and dried. He did mention his composition roofing, right?
Yes.
So it's going to hold the snow in.
Yes, and that's intentional
Yeah.
from our experience with metal roofing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could do that. Seems pretty straightforward. I think the only reason we're seeing it is because it meets the size of the building over that requirement. I'm very familiar with the property and it's just a natural addition to it. Makes sense. If anybody has any questions? Open for a motion?
I move to approve DR 2138.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion is carried and has been approved. Thank you very much, Steve. All right, now we'll move on to, and it might take a little bit longer. Okay, move on to PUD 2205, subdivision plot 2203, conditional use permit 2205, design review 2207, and scenic route 2205. We have, I guess, Amy Holm here for Ron Gessner of Wizard.
Amy Holm, 706 North First Street. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, City staff, good evening. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I'll try to keep it brief. I think that our clients, where toys live, did a nice job in the application packet. It's comprehensive. They have engineer, landscape architects, and our office working on this project together. So I won't go through, all the details of the application in its entirety for the sake of brevity, but there's a few things I just want to hit on. So this is a 46 unit proposal on 5.4 acres on Elo Road, near Elo Road and South Sampson Trail. The access would actually be on Elo, but I don't know the exact feet from South Sampson Trail, but it's pretty close. So just a couple preliminary things. The applicant had 2 meetings with neighbors. I attended one of those in person just after Christmas, December 29th, and then there was a second Zoom meeting on January 5th. Those meetings, I think, were really wonderful collaborations with the neighbors to try to discuss some of the concerns and issues. And those are, I know that there's been comments and they'll public speak tonight, but we are trying to work with neighbors to address some of those things. Preliminarily, some significant things did happen, which was the original plan was 65 units, and that has been reduced to 46. These are storage condo units. So this might be a concept that a lot of people in the room or online know and other people don't. They are individually owned storage condos. They're not rented. They're not used for residential living. No commercial activity or business operations are allowed. I think in our community right now, There may be one other existing project like this. It's McCall's Valley Storage Condos. It's the McCall project, which is on Dinehard. This kind of concept and development is occurring in other cities and communities like ours, but maybe it's a little more new to us. So they're individually owned. They are, so our application is sort of a bunch of applications all designed into one. I think, you know, the city staff and I and the applicant and our team have worked through a lot of the guidelines. They're set forth in our materials and also city staff report. Just a few basic things, you know, that I think are discussed is the zoning of this is residential estate. The comprehensive plan calls for large residential. You know, I think that there is sometimes a misunderstanding in the community on what uses are allowed or not allowed in certain zones. And this use is allowed contingent on a conditional use permit. And so, you know, I think it's just important for people to remember that that standard is a conditional use permit shall be granted only if commissioners find that the use is, and then there's this whole CUP standard of 12 factors. Some of the factors apply, some of them don't. I wanted to go through a few of those and just talk about why this proposal does meet the CUP standards. The condition has to be authorized in the zone. That condition is met. Interestingly, you know, I didn't really talk with city staff a whole lot about this, but storage facility, which is defined under McCall City Code, the definition is not exactly what we're doing here because the definition of storage facility is rented uses. And so I think a lot of people think, you know, traditional storage units are you rent a storage unit, you rent it by month. So this is like a little bit of a different use than storage facility, but these are conditionally allowed in this zone. So that standard is met. The second standard is harmonious with the general objectives of the comp plan. As I said, the comp plan calls for this to be large residential. The characteristics of development pursuant to the comp plan are open space, clustering of buildings, panoramic views, and openness. Another change that happened during the neighborhood meeting process was the decision to change the plan from 65 to 46, I told you that, and also to include 1.5 acres of open space. So if you look at the site plan, the idea would be on the east side, there would be 1.2 acres of designated open space. That would allow animal migration. Some of the neighbors had concerns during the meetings about, you know, animals that come through there. It would provide some buffer to the residential homes over in that area. So that kind of element is being met with some changes the applicant did after hearing from neighbor concerns. The number 3 under the CUP standards is designed, construction, and operated to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with existing and likely character of the neighborhood. This area on Elo and South Sampson Trail, I would call it kind of a mixed use area. You'll see, you know, there's some historic use of storage facility, the rented storage facility really not that far away. There's some pre-existing historic use of property right across the street that's kind of related to a masonry type business. There are residential homes. This use really is more residential than it is commercial or industrial or any of those kind of words that sometimes we do hear. As I said, this development, there would be included CC&Rs like any other subdivision. There would be no commercial use and no operation of any businesses. And quiet hours and those types of things that you would anticipate having in a subdivision requirement anyway. Condition number 4 is not detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of persons residing in the neighborhood. A big topic I think that has come up and I wanted to clarify was the impact of traffic. So I know some of the neighbors have commented about traffic, and we did provide some traffic information, and the city engineer, Morgan, also commented on traffic. So I think it's just something that is worth diving into a little bit more. The Institute of Transportation Engineers provides some information on average daily trips, they're called ADT, for certain types of uses. As I mentioned before, this use is a little different than rented storage units. So actually the charts or the information is more traffic than what we're anticipating here. So under even like the current edition of ITE, the annual or the expected trips each day are like at the height of the evening. It's called 8 trips. That means if you, one trip means you go and you leave, that's actually 2. So if I go to my storage unit and I leave, that's 2 trips. So that's 4 people visiting their units at night. The AM is 5. So the Institute for Transportation Engineers, the typical rental use recognized by that organization is actually different than what we're proposing. So when you look at our traffic information, it's kind of the best information that's out there. And we've provided kind of conservative numbers on this. I understand the neighbors, their concerns on safety. I mean, I understand it. I'm a human being. We all want our neighborhoods to be safe and traffic to be minimal. It's, you know, interesting if you have been around the existing development like this in our community, the McCall storage condos. The traffic is very minimal. I think that, was there, I didn't get an update from city staff if there was any kind of public comments that didn't make it before or after or before 3 p.m. today. Okay. I think one person was maybe going to comment on traffic. Are you going to read those? Okay. So we'll hear more about that tonight, but it's one thing I wanted to bring up, which traffic, I believe that the applicant is being cognizant of that concern and is addressing it in our application. And so going back to the CUP standards, we were on number 4, and if you keep going through those CUP standards, number 5 is the environmental standard here. There's none known. We're not aware of any adverse effects to the environment. Number 6 is the public costs for facilities and services. Again, here there's none. Those are kind of neutral. Number 7 is also neutral, which is adequately served by public facilities and services. Number 8 is not involve uses or conditions of operations that will unreasonably be, you know, pollutions or traffic. I talked about that. So I think that standard can be met. Number 9, vehicular approaches. This is a small development, really, at 46 units. If you look at our site plan, our engineer has done a good job of working, I think, you know, with concepts of city staff as far as entry and safety and width requirements and what kind of vehicles would be turning into the facility. And then number 10 is not result in detraction of natural, scenic, or historic features. I think importantly, that's kind of where that open space is able to meet this standard where the applicant is saying, yeah, we'll go ahead and reserve some open space into the future to preserve that. Number 11 is on-site of sufficient size. This size is really makes sense for this type of use. It's very similar in size to the McCall Valley storage units as far as the size of the property. And then number 12 is the minimal negative impact on the neighborhood or surrounding community. One thing on comment on this that I think may not be immediately recognized is these actually are, I mean, they're individually owned. They provide an investment opportunity for people to buy a storage condo, own it, use it, and sell it. Just like any kind of other residential or commercial or any kind of other real property that you would own. It's actually owned and you can sell it. So I believe that factor actually is there a positive economic impact. Also on that, you know, when we talk or hear about neighbors talking about devaluing their properties, you know, this actually provides this sale of 5.4 a very good comp for the value of the properties in this neighborhood. And, you know, if you talk to an appraiser or a real estate agent, there are varying opinions on whether or not certain types of a development next to your property increase or decrease the value. So I would ask the commissioners to kind of be cognizant or really critically analyze that question as maybe you're hearing comments about devaluation of property. A couple clerical things I wanted to make sure. that were clarified in the materials based on from our application to staff report and ultimately conditions. As I said, we did have 2 neighborhood meetings. Just to clarify for the record, those were December 29th and then on January 5th, December 29th, 2021, January 5th, 2022. I mistakenly in my application called for the rear setback. I think I did put 30 feet. It's contemplated at 20 feet. And the amenities, as part of the PUD process, it's been said tonight, there's a amenity requirement. We are proposing a pathway along Elo Road, the 1.2 acres of designated open space, and also a common area office. That I, respectfully understand that the city staff hasn't really seen that as much of an amenity, but I do think it has some value as far as groups that may be using this condo storage facility would be, maybe my hobby group or my car group would meet in the storage office and have, an antique car meeting or something like that. So I do believe it would provide an amenity. And then the other clarification as far as staff report is we're not asking for a zoning amendment. There was just one comment in there. This is not a zoning amendment application. And then finally on the just kind of clerical updating. Oh, that hit it. I would like to just take a couple minutes on the staff conditions of approval. There are just a couple that I would like to talk through. We really appreciate the city staff's work on this. I've had several meetings with various members of the city staff and they have been enormously helpful, and so we do appreciate that. The applicant is really comfortable with the conditions of approval. There's just a couple that they're asking be considered by the commission. The pathway is one of them. So if you know this area, there is not an existing pathway. It's part of the long-term plan to have a pathway. One idea we would like to propose is that the applicant will do a future pathway, improved or gravel. And if the commission said, no, we want it paved, well, that could be done in the future when adjoining properties also pave a pathway. The concern here is if we require the applicant to pave a pathway now, by the time there's ever actually a pathway, the existing pathway will be destroyed. It'll be ruined by snow or other types of, time and those kind of things. So we'd ask that that be changed to improved or gravel. The setback in the report talks about it, the rear setback 20 feet, which is a deviation from McCall City Code, which requires 30. The rear setback of the property being 20 feet or 30 feet really isn't, I don't think, going to make a difference because of like the existing topography of the land. So, and it also will cut into we've already reduced the number quite a bit. We will need to reduce the number of units again if we're not able to get a deviation of the rear setback. So we have 46 units, and if you look closely at our site plan, there's some that abut the rear setback. We think, working with our engineer, that we probably have to get rid of a couple of those. If we have to, we will, but we would like to be able to keep the 46 units. And other comments on the conditions are just great. Another one as part of kind of the design review that I've wanted to address was the requirement on as far as windows on walls facing Elo. Storage condominiums and windows are really at odds with each other. Storage units typically don't have windows. So we would request that that be modified to windows or window-like design. That could just be an aesthetically pleasing type design to obstruct the large wall look, excuse me, or the, in the alternative, planting of a certain height of tree. And we have been working, with agencies already to try to work through some of the concerns. Idaho Power had a question about the access, and we sorted through that, and I think appeased as far as we're not going to be impacting any power poles. And then McCall Fire, we've been working with them on meeting their requirements as far as storage of water for fire suppression if that was ever needed. So we have been kind of working with those agencies. The PUD request on the deviation from the McCall City Code, I think city staff included this, which was, a fencing deviation on Elo Road to be 6 feet. The slope already kind of falls away there, so that really should not make much of an impact. Lot coverage deviation, a storage unit facility inherently has a lot coverage allowance that's slightly different, so we'd ask for a deviation there. And then on the rear setback as well. I know I talk quickly. I wanted to just be respectful of your time because I do anticipate hopefully having some time to respond to public comment. Thank you very much. I'll stand for questions and.
Okay, I think we'll go with staff report.
Thanks.
And then we'll get back with you. Okay.
Thank you. This application is for planned unit development subdivision, scenic route, design review, conditional use permit, almost all.
They don't have a shoreline.
So it's storage condominiums. So it's preliminary plat for storage units. They are on Elo Road. The site there is kind of the base of the hill as you're headed out of town there. So it's pretty well screened from the surroundings just based on topography. The applicant is including some open space at the top of the hill there, which again will kind of help to mitigate the appearance of it visually. Generally, this application meets city code with the exception of the things that have been discussed. They need to construct the pathway because they're counting it as one of their amenities on their PUD application, and we have standards in place to construct a 10-foot paved pathway. Deviating from those standards seems like a deviation within a deviation for that. And additionally, it is required in McCall City Code 3.8. I forget the section. 3815. Commercial developments along.
It's 16, Brian.
3816, commercial developments along locations identified on the Pathways Master Plan, which this is, shall construct bike paths. As far as connecting it to somewhere else in the future, a lot of times when we get these development-driven pathways, that will allow us some leverage to get more grant funding and make connections faster and easier and quicker. And then there's also the Valley County's Pathway nonprofit organization that is working on providing pathways in this area that can theoretically use their funds elsewhere on this. The request to do window or window-like units, I generally don't like that. Our code says blank walls are a window or a wall that lacks transparency, which these meet that even if they have a false window on them. Landscaping is a more reasonable, logical solution to that. Generally, the logic behind requiring that and some of the other designer-led improvements is to make it appear more residential, more consistent with some of the neighboring land uses. So our request was to do windows on the street-facing side, replace the steel man doors that look fairly industrial with something a little more architectural with some detail to it and some dimension. More architectural wall sconces rather than the kind of wedge-shaped things they were proposing, and replace the metal siding with something more residential in nature. But other than that, the 20-foot setback. It is what it is. Again, to kind of be more in keeping with the surrounding properties, my recommendation was to keep it at 30 feet, consistent with the setback standards. But yeah. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Brian?
Hey, Tom Elfith here. And I should say I do live about a half mile from this site. One of the questions I do have is, you know, from the top of the hill on Elo there to approximately where your entrance is, looks to me, I did just a quick measurement, looks like about 1,000 feet, and you're dropping just under 100, just under 100 feet of elevation in that point. And I can see, my concern is, has any thought been put into in the winter months when you have ice on the road, somebody coming over, they're not going to be able to see until they hit the peak of that road, and then they're coming down. So that's almost a 10% slope that's driving right into the entrance of your storage units. It just seems like an unsafe condition looking at it.
I'm going to defer to Morgan on that. Maybe a good transition for her to do her little report.
We're gonna do her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Morgan, we skipped you.
Oh, that's fine. That's a good question. I've reached out to the county since it's technically a county maintained and owned road right now. And I know Jeff had some concerns about the driveway location. So it might just be more conversations with him as well, and what would be appropriate, what he thinks would work. So yeah, I know the site distance was a concern of his though. And then, did you want me to just go over my engineering review also?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
We could have done that to begin with.
No problem. So the subdivision plat, there's just a few notes in there about like the 12-foot snow storage, drainage, and utility easement along the property frontage. I didn't have confirmation from the county when I first wrote this letter, so I put some likelies in there because it's what they asked for from the other storage unit project that we reviewed. And then just some general information about digital files and what they need on our end for the subdivision. Jumping down to stormwater and grading, they did provide a preliminary stormwater drainage plan and a signed application, stormwater application, but they need a formal report to go with that to verify the dimensions and the depths to show that they do have adequate storage for what they're proposing. Let's see. I think that's mostly the stormwater comments. They might need a general construction permit from the state if they're disturbing over an acre of land, but that would be after approval and before construction begins. I wasn't sure how accessible the pedestrian gates on the eastern side of the property are with the slopes that are proposed. And then, yeah, and then I just have a little blurb in here about the traffic. And Amy mentioned this, that the new edition of ITE actually does show less trips generated by this use. But I just need a small update to the traffic memo that describes, that's more of a conclusion that describes if any improvements to the roadway are needed. And that's all for my overview on the engineering issues of the site.
Okay, I think we'll move to the public hearing before we have our discussion. So we'll go to the public hearing. I'd like to remind everybody, when you speak, please state your name and address. We have quite a few people here, so please, we're going to limit it to 3 minutes. And I'll try to keep a timer here, so if it rings, just try to finish up wherever you're at that point in time. If somebody else has kind of already commented on what you've plan on saying, please just kind of save everybody some time and just say you agree, or, you know, without going over the same exact comments, if you could, that would be helpful. And we'll start with the people that are online, and I'll go down the list that I have here, and then we'll see if there's anybody else I don't call online, then we'll move to the people that we have here at the meeting hall. So the first person I have is Ross Lontier. Ross, are you with us? And if you're online and.
That's the owner. Yeah.
Well, that's the owner. Oh, well, we probably won't do that one. But if you're online, you may need, if you're muted, you need to hit *6 if you're on the phone or online. So we'll go to Scott. I don't have a last name.
Correct.
Is Scott online? Are you there? And would you like to speak regarding this application?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to recruit a 13-year-old to show me how to turn all this stuff on.
Well, we can hear you.
Well, I have several concerns. Scott Harris, my wife Connie, and I live at 86 Ilka Lane, which is down South Sampson Trail from this development. And we have concerns as we see effort after effort to plop these commercial developments into a residential area, and that has us very concerned. This area was carefully planned and zoned as residential after extensive review. Make no mistake, this is not a residential use. This is a commercial use. Anticipated sale and turnover and resale of this property. Who's going to monitor this? If you look at storage facilities around town, you will see all sorts of activities going on. I realize that it's not anticipated this will be industrial or commercial, but toxic materials, gasoline, for instance, this is called a toys facility, which implies there will be potential risk there. It also implies much greater traffic to and from than was presented as people access their toys and haul them back and forth. I think probably the thing that's most egregious about this is that it is a spot isolated, non-contiguous development, which opens up possibility for similar actions in the whole surrounding residential area. I would ask that you please help us protect our residential area. And that's really all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Scott. All right, now I have some phone numbers we'll go over. So if you hear your phone number, you would like to speak, let me know. So first we have 208-634-1951. Again, if you're muted, you need to hit *6 and give it a second or two. But 634-1951. I think you just muted yourself. In *6. Okay, we may need to come back to you if you want to speak.
You hear me?
Oh, yes,
Hello, can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Wow, okay, thank you very much. This is Becky Ryan. I live at 1200 South Sampson Trail in McCall. It's about half a mile also from the proposed location for this development. And I concur with what Scott Harris said strongly. I also want to bring out what one of the commissioners was talking about that hill on Elo. I run, I walk, I no longer run or walk up there. It's impossible for traffic to see you coming over that hill, even if you try to stay off the road. That's a bad spot for entry into a facility, which is a commercial facility in a residential neighborhood. And we're kind of befuddled while all of this is happening in the neighborhood to us, why there are all these attempts to change spot zone in fact in our residentially zoned neighborhood. And to think that it would not change the character of the neighborhood is unreasonable. I suppose that's in the eye of the beholder, but I think that the commission should be obligated to err on the side of the residents rather than to err on the side of a developer. When we say it will change the character of our neighborhood, well, it will affect safety, both traffic safety and something that someone brought up to me recently that I thought was very smart. They said it would actually affect community sense of safety when you have people coming and going, 40, not a single home site, but 46 residential condominium storage units coming and going. There's a sense of a loss of safety, of control in our neighborhood. We have a sense of safety here, and that would introduce a lot more people and a lot more cars than would ever otherwise be introduced if the property were developed according to existing codes. That's all we ask, that they have to follow the same codes that we do and that we rely on. And to mention businesses that are around, well, I think those are all grandfathered in. We're not grandfathered in anymore. We're looking in the future, and we need to pay attention to the existing fairly recently developed codes that we rely on in our neighborhood. That's pretty much all I have to say, because I think I know I've submitted a letter, I know others have as well, and I assume those will be read into the record in some manner. But thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you, Becky.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we'll go to phone number 415-699-7764. And you may need to star 6 if you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Will Allen. I represent the property, or I manage the property at 955 South Sampson Trail. My home address is 1855 East Mortimer in Boise. The property I manage is my parents' place. It is somewhat adjacent. Our corners of the property touch the proposed storage unit condominium area. I just wanted to express our opposition to the project as well. Echo the same comments. The 1,000-foot stopping area for a 100-foot drop is one of the first things I brought up. I have 3 bullet points, so I'll try not to repeat anything else that has been said. So the first major concern is that we're proposing to turn a rural estate 5-acre property that would normally house one single-family home into a property that will now house 46 privately owned units. Don't want to belabor that point, but these are not rental units. They are not going to be as infrequently used as a rental unit. These are a source of pride for the owners that purchase them. They are going to be built up and utilized. People will be there. They may be man caves for some folks. I know that commercial and industrial is apparently restricted in the HOAs, but HOAs also change over time, and that's and the owners that own these units will control that. So that's worth noting. Second is lighting. It's a very nice dark neighborhood. That's one of the beauties of having our home where we do, is you can see the nighttime sky. I know that the unit has proposed downcast lights, which is wonderful. However, it's still going to glow. It's still going to have somewhat of a city effect when you've got security lights all over a property. And lastly, and I think perhaps the biggest concern to myself and our 2 neighbors right next door to us is the snow storage and removal. The last proposal that I saw, all the snow storage was moved to the, or most of the snow storage rather, was moved to the south of the property. And then that property, the topography kind of slopes east into our yard and our neighbor Ken Strode's yard. And I'm quite worried about how that could cause potential flooding. I can think of two in the last 5 springs where we've had some really fast melting, and in addition to rainfall, and it has created a lake in our yard just with the snow that already falls on the properties. This is without, creating an impermeable surface and pushing a lot of that snow to large mounds behind the property, kind of away from those units. I'm sure it will be graded away from those units because nobody wants to flood inside the storage condos. They're going to push it off onto that open land, which will in turn flow down to our properties. So with that, I thank the commission for the time and turn it over to the next person.
All right, thank you, Will. Okay, we'll go to 208-630-3776. Again, *6 to unmute yourself if you're there. 630-3776. Not unmuting. Again, *6 if you want to speak. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Oh, wait, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you still hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, excuse me. This phone was giving me some trouble. I'm Carl Rucola, and I live right across the street from the project. And yeah, I agree with Scott Harris and what the woman said. This is not the place to have it right in the middle of a residential area. And it's really concerning. And in all due respect to Amy, I really don't see real estate signs that advertise that your property is close to a storage unit. I just think it is going to diminish our value of the property. And plus the street is you have to live there to see how busy that is. There's a lot of people that go up through there everywhere and all during the summer. And there's a lot of concentration of bikers and people that walk up and down the road with their dogs and children. And the people don't have much regard for the speed limit on that hill. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Okay, the phone number 720-413-5325. They're gone. Okay, Ben, was that Brian Wenzel?
That was the architect on one of the pre-apps.
Oh, that was there, okay. And I know I see Larry there, so Larry Applegate?
He's an owner.
He's an owner? Okay. Then we got 208-891-8603. *6 to unmute yourself if you need to.
Yep.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So I'm actually in on another project, not in regards to this one.
Okay. All right, and let's see, I think that takes care of the people. Anybody else online or on the phone that would like to comment? That hasn't been.
Commissioner Land, we also received some written comment after 3 o'clock today that we should probably read into the record.
Okay, let's see if we got anybody else that would look, but then we'll do that. Okay, good to know. Anybody else online or on the phone that would like to comment? Again, *6 if you're there. Anybody others?
No, we have the water systems manager, but I think just listening. upcoming stuff.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we can hear the other comments. I know, commissioners, we had several comments throughout the day that were emailed. I don't know if all of you had a chance to see those throughout the day, but whenever one's, Brenda.
Yeah.
Anything up need for us?
Okay, so go ahead and do this.
Yep.
Yeah, so from Linda Yude, I do not see an address on this. But Mr. Parker, I oppose this project because it is an unnecessary and intrusive violation of our rural residential neighborhood. I join with my neighbors in urging the P&Z to vote no and turn down this proposal. Thank you, Linda Yude, South Sampson Trail. Michael Weisenbach. Brian, I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed development of a storage unit facility near the intersection of Elo Road and South Sampson Trail. PUD 2205 and associated permits and reviews. This general area zoned rural estate is home to a number of residential neighborhoods, including my home at 280 May Road. Approving this proposed development will allow more industrial creep into our residential neighborhoods and will cause much increased traffic on South Sampson Trail. How many commercial and industrial projects such as this one can be conditionally approved before this area is no longer residential in nature? The Planning and Zoning Commission should not approve this proposed use. Sincerely, Michael Weisenbach. Then Kimberly A. Apperson, 415 South Sampson Trail, McCall Planning and Zoning Commission. I write in opposition to this proposed industrial use within our residential neighborhoods. The area of South Sampson Trail and Elo Road are zoned R1 and RE, and if allowed, will become filled with residences that meet the desired future condition of the area. However, each addition of non-residential industrial type business is making that vision from the comprehensive plan more and more unlikely. This may be a very thoroughly written proposal, and the applicant may well be able to meet the conditions set forth by McCall City staff. But this does not make it the correct use for a 5-acre property that should be developed as a residence as it was intended to be by our community. A community of many citizens who spent long hours thoughtfully working on our current comprehensive plan. The access roads of South Sampson Trail and Elo Road are not suited for the increased traffic that these industrial businesses will collectively attract. Please do not continue to consider such applications independent. Consider the cumulative effect these developments could have on the nature of the entire neighborhood. I ask you to carefully review Table 3.3.02 permitted and conditionally permitted uses within residential zones in Title 3 of the McCall City Code. The list of uses that may be conditionally permitted is largely outdated in our fast-growing community. I ask you that you call for a workshop to revise this table as it pertains to conditionally permitted uses, as I think this list is at the heart of what will make those desired future conditions, in quotes, described in our comprehensive plan largely unobtainable.
Did you all get a chance to read Pam Weissenbach's? It came through about 15 minutes before 3 o'clock.
No, I didn't.
Okay, then you should read that one.
All right, this is Pam Weissenbach, 280 May Road. Please let the McCall Planning and Zoning Commissioners know that I am opposed to these storage units. The McCall Area Comprehensive Plan has this area zoned as R1 and RE, both residential designations. I am concerned by the number of industrial businesses that are being proposed in these areas. By allowing this type of use, it impacts those homes that are in the area and impacts all of the homes that use South Sampson Trail as the main access road to access other areas. This road is not conducive to more traffic, especially trailers with boats, camp trailers, RVs, and other recreational vehicles. Much work and thought went into the McCall Area Comprehensive Plan. Please use this document to keep the integrity of the McCall and the impact area. This is a beautiful community that needs your protection by following the comprehensive plan.
Okay. All right, we will go with the sign-in sheet. Some people may not want to speak on this one, but I'll go down the best I can. I believe it's Wayne Allen. Would you like to speak on this one? Yeah.
I'm the owner of 955 Sampson Trail. I think really the planning and zoning ought to take a look at the overall area of what you've actually done. Out on Farm to Market Road, you've already opened up a lot of that to where you can put in single family homes on acreages, which a lot of those aren't built yet. So the traffic hasn't really hit Elo Road yet. Same with Sampson Trail. South Sampson Trail, we're seeing a lot more houses go in, a lot more lots, and there's going to be a lot more traffic. As you come over Elo Hill, there just isn't enough room there to accommodate getting stopped, or you're going to go off the side of the road, which is like 20, 30 feet drops. If you hit the brakes and try to avoid something like a pickup with a 35-foot camper and a boat behind it, I mean, you're just not going to be able to get stopped. Somebody's going to get hurt. I think it's a big safety hazard. The other thing that really concerns me on my property is the value of the property. I bought out there to begin with because I didn't have HOAs. I could park a trailer there. I could do those things. And we looked at the other areas like the Woodland Estates and Lake Creek and so forth. But what these people are trying to do is bring their problem of being able to park into my neighborhood and devalue my land. That's what it amounts to. You got 46 owners that are going to be responsible to who? There's no management once they're sold. There's no management. There's no plan for runoff at all, which that water will go. If all of you ought to go look at this property, if you haven't, before you make any decisions, because the land actually slopes and it comes close to a V, where they propose on the two pieces between the buildings there to make a concrete ditch that runs the water down at the end. They're going to push the snow to their neighbors and let them deal with the problem. That water will come off of those, through Terry's property, through Ken's property, through his corral, and right across my lawn between my septic and my well. And you can't cover that much area up and not have a place that it seeps in. Even today, because of we're winter water, that little bit of snow we had last night, my lawn is soggy. You know, later this afternoon, it was still really soggy. When we've seen the bad runoffs, we've actually seen a creek of water coming down through there. So that's something that I'm going to have a real problem with in the future if you cover that area up with more than just single family housing. Who do I go after? 46 owners? There's no, you know, it's something that needs to be thought about, and in the zoning that you're putting a commercial and a residential and really devaluing that property.
Okay, time is up. We can finish up here real quick.
I'm about a 30-year realtor, so I know the values of properties, and I've done these special use permits, and that's a poor place to have it.
Okay, thank you, Mike. All right, Ken Stroud? True?
I'm Ken Strode. I live at 935 South Sampson. And this proposal is my backyard. And I just don't think we need storage units right there. I'm very concerned about the corner there, especially in the wintertime. People come off that road, and well, Jerry can contest to this. I mean, every snowstorm, there's somebody that practically, well, they run off the road right there at the corner as they're coming off the hill. And Jerry and I both, we plow snow over at the Rucolas on our four-wheelers. People come off that hill, they do not slow down. They do not pull over. If you happen to be parked about 3 feet away from the asphalt, the edge of the asphalt, you can shake their hands as they go by in the wintertime. And they come off that hill now, 40, 50. And then the motorcycles that go up that hill all the time. And if somebody's coming out of pulling the trailer, a big fifth wheel trailer would come out of there. Those kids are 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds on those big bikes, there's gonna be a hell of a collision just because those people coming out of this storage units, that's very unsafe. And like Wayne said, the water runoff, and then all the residue from the asphalt and maybe the gas and oils are gonna come down through my property right into Wayne's yard. And I'm sure the property value, it's not gonna help that whatsoever. And far as these HOAs, I know there's gonna be a couple of bad apples no matter what. Everybody's seen. If you have 10 people, there might be one bad apple. If you get 40 of them in there, there's still gonna be maybe one or two more. The noise plowing snow and the lights and the beeping horns when they plow in the mornings, I'm sure that's when they'll plow. I'm just against everything about this because I don't want to look out in my backyard and see metal buildings, storage units. I've been there for over 30 years. Jerry's been there for 50 years. We don't want to see a bunch of storage units stuck back there with all this metal buildings. And their entrance into it is in a bad spot. So I hope you look at that because I definitely don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jimmy or Jenny Bison?
Jerry.
Jerry, okay, Jerry, sorry.
I think Wayne and Kenny's pretty much covered most of the road problems. I don't think the water problem it needs to be brought to a head instead of, well, I'm Jerry Bison, 905. I live right on the corner. And he was saying that they're gonna put a walkway in. Well, my property's right there on the west side of that. And my property goes right up against the highway. There's no ditch line, no nothing. Where's the walkway gonna go? But you can go out there right now and there's a steady stream of water running down to Wayne's place. And I haven't heard anything mentioned about a fence, what it's gonna be like, if it's gonna be available for the animals to get through, or if they're gonna have to learn to go around. Cause I walk through there pretty near every day and there's fresh deer tracks in there this morning. And I just don't think it's a place to have one, period. So it's gonna cause real problems sooner or later. Thank you.
I have no ringer on for the other one because it's silent too. Okay, Les Roberts, you want to speak on this one?
Yeah, I'm Les Roberts. I live at 215 North 3rd Street, McCall. And I've actually lived in McCall, the area here, for right at 30 years. So even though I don't live in that neighborhood, I'm very familiar with it. And I totally agree, especially as a safety issue. I think it's hazardous to add that in there. Thank you.
Steve left. Did you want to speak on this one, Steve? Okay.
Yes, my name is Steve Edwards, 201 Rio Vista. This is kind of coincidental that I'm here tonight, but my property is immediately adjacent to the other toy storage facility on Dinehart in Rio Vista. And I can tell you for a fact that the snow removal backup alarms are unbelievably annoying. You just don't know how much backup time is spent, and early in the morning. This is a #1 winter annoyance to me. The second issue is people working on the cars. And there's several of them that are out there all the time. They're out in the driveway, they're running their cars, they're hopping them up, making a bunch of noise. It is very disturbing. So, like I said, it's just coincidence that I'm here tonight. But let me tell you, the backup alarms is very annoying. So, That's all. Thank you.
Let's see, Amy is here, Nicholas and Nicole Gransky, were you here for your other
Yeah.
consent agenda? Okay, yeah. Doug Harper
I was here for a different unit.
for the,
For the record of survey.
oh, the record survey, okay. Larry Shake.
That's me.
There it is.
My name's Larry Shake. I live at 1612 South Sampson Trail. And I'm opposed to the way we're planning our communities, especially when we're doing all this spot zoning with approving individual little commercial areas in residential areas. I think you guys are mandated ultimately to implement the comprehensive plan. Now, I've got the printout of how many different things are approved in residential areas, and it's more than 50. You can have 50 different kinds of uses in a residential area, and that's ridiculous. But what's more ridiculous is to think that we have a area, 5-acre area, that's supposed to have one house on that acre, and we're gonna propose 47 individual owned structures. I mean, somebody already mentioned the idea that there's nobody gonna be keeping care of it. There's no homeowner or no manager that's gonna keep somebody from revving up their Corvette in one of those things and doing it all hours of day or night, or piling stuff over in the corners, or moving their trailers over and parking them in the acreage that's left open. Those are all things that aren't dealt with. But bigger than that, in my mind, the biggest thing is that we are doing this spot zoning that has just got to stop. And you guys are the first line of action, because you guys have to figure out whether it's okay to put 50 different kinds of things in residential areas. And it's just wrong. The zoning needs to be pulled down so that we protect the people that have come and bought homes thinking that they're in a residential area and that they're not going to have to worry about it in a commercial or semi-commercial process being moved in next door to them. The other thing that I really like to emphasize is that out of 47 units, there's going to be a few UTVs parked in there. I would venture to guess somewhere in more like 2/3 of them are going to have UTVs in there. What are they going to do on Saturday morning? They're going to back them little buggers out or rev them up a few times, head out onto the road, and they're going to either go down Sampson toward town because town doesn't regulate license plates on UTVs, or they're going to go back down Sampson Trail with all of our families riding their bikes on it. And those little buggers can do 60 miles an hour within 300 feet of the stop sign in front of my house. So the UTV and the toys atmosphere with this particular development is just the wrong place. So I'm ultimately and energetically opposed to this thing, and it's your guys' job, as thankful as it is, to make sure that we don't have these things. The developer doesn't even live in town. There's nobody that we can call and say, this isn't working for us. Thank you.
Stop. Perfect timing. Okay, I can't read the last signature. Must be a doctor. J something at 225 Valley View or Valley Spring?
I'm not a doctor.
You're not a doctor, or you sign?
As you can see. All right, I'm here, I'm not gonna state all of the reasons these folks put out here. I'm here as, for emotional reasons, to support people like Larry Shake, Kenny Strode, Jerry Bison.
State your name.
Oh, my name is Joey Petrie, that's right. And I live at 225 Valley Springs Road. So I'm here for emotional reasons, to support these guys and Carl Rucola, and also to persist in requesting a moratorium and get these issues figured out and not issue any more PUDs or CUPs or any of that, any new applications until we do get it figured out, until folks like this aren't emotionally
No, I have to have that on for the other alarm to work, so sorry about that.
In any case, to me, I just realized there, it says the health of the community you could have a moratorium because of the health of the community. My mental health, my emotional health, and I'm sure these guys' emotional health at this point is being affected by it. And so I'm requesting a moratorium for any new conditional use permits or public utilities developments. So I think you heard enough of me.
Right.
Thank you for being here and thank you for your thankless job too. Appreciate it.
Okay, I think that got everybody here. Is there anybody else? I don't think we got everybody here in the meeting hall. Anybody else online or on the phone that would like to make a comment before we close the public comment section?
Mr. Chairman, do I get a chance to respond?
Yeah, I'm just going to close on public.
I don't have anybody new online.
Okay, with that, we will close the public comments. And I guess at this point, we can give the applicant a rebuttal, I think is what we normally do, if I remember right. Yeah, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, members of the community. I may not have as much gray hair as some of the gentlemen in the room, but I have also been in the community a very long time. So it's just interesting. I think that's one actually great things about my job is to see community members who have different opinions and we respect each other and sort through that. So I do appreciate the comments from folks online and in the room. I really do. Just a couple of points that I think would be worth addressing in kind of no particular order. One of the developers actually who is online does live in my community. Larry Applegate has a home. That's where we hosted one of the neighborhood meetings. Larry can speak to this. I don't know that he is exactly a full-time resident, but intends to be in the future. And that kind of goes along with how do you hold an HOA or CCNRs accountable, and you have the authority to do that. So part of our application is that we will, through final plat, provide you with here's what our CCNRs, they exist into perpetuity. Here's how we can make these owners follow the rules. So full respect to what those comments are, there's actually really legal mechanisms to do that. And they are enforceable and they can exist into the future. So some of those rules we can address. That would address kind of the CCR compliance and some of the HOA questions. I think that some of the comments about snow storage or stormwater drainage, I would really ask, we have done a stormwater drainage plan and have really qualified engineers involved that are smarter than me on those issues to address them and have adequately provided for assurances that there will be adequate stormwater drainage and snow storage on the property as not to cause those issues that have been raised, like the runoff and those types of things. Also, pollutants wouldn't be allowed. So you don't get to wash your Corvette or go mudding and come back to the storage unit and wash your piece of equipment. There is not like gasoline provided, so there would be CCNR restrictions on those types of activities. They're just not allowed. And the person who decides to rev up their Corvette, the CCNRs could also provide quiet hours. Just like in my residential neighborhood, people are supposed to be quiet at certain times. There would be, compliance mechanisms to address those. And interestingly, I think a lot of the comments, public comments relate to this. It's kind of, double-edged, which is the, I run or walk my dog and the road is narrow and there's no existing place to do that. Well, this application, part of it requires a pathway, and hopefully we will see our community do that more, where we have connected pathways for all of us to go run and walk our dogs and all those types of things. So I think that that's one way that this application addresses that. The pathway would help with that concern. The final, I think, is, continued, use of words like commercial and industrial. This is prohibited specifically in this area. So I can't own a storage condo and have my construction company coming in and out, or my auto mechanic shop, or whatever those things are. They aren't allowed. And those are kind of the specific, I think, comments related to things I could respond to the public testimony. Again, the application, you know, as it stands, I think has addressed a lot of the questions or issues. And like I said, we've worked closely with staff. And so we would ask that the commission approve this with the conditions as stated by the staff, of which I attempted to modify a couple of those today. And I think I could clarify that if you wanted me to, but I think it's good. Thank you.
Amy, is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, Larry, since you're part of the application.
Yes, okay. I'm Larry Applegate. My home is at 14035 Easy Street in the Carefree subdivision. By trade, I'm a civil contractor. So when we talk about the water runoff, it sounds like there is a real issue currently with the water runoff into the neighbors' yards. It would be our intent to take that water that runs on the pavement and also on the roofs. Obviously, they're going to collect snow as well. That is going to go into a drainage system and then go into a reinjection system. And so that will take the water runoff away from the neighbors. So the surface water then would more or less recharge their wells and stay off the surface water. And so it is our intent to dry up the neighbors' places by using good environmentally sound reinjection systems, and so put that water back into the shallow aquifer there. The other thing is coming off that hill. Well, you know, we want a safe drive also. So we would work with the city if there's additional signage that needs to be made. Certainly, we would be for that, and even be attuned to maybe even paying for some additional signing. We want a safe entry. Right now, I agree. There's no way to, if you're walking up that road and there's a car coming down and up at the same time, you got to jump. And you know, there's no place to walk or walk your dog up that road if there's two cars, one coming down and one coming up. So I agree that things need to be done. That's one of the reasons why we offered this pathway, is to get people off the road so that it is safer. And also our driveway will be a wide entrance driveway, give people a chance to you know, when they're pulling in or pulling out, they're not going to be halfway on or halfway off. They're going to be all the way into our drive and not waiting out in the street. And so, you know, we're cognizant of the fact that that's a steep hill. The steepness is up further up the hill. It's not a constant 10-degree slope. There's a real steep part, and then it flattens out at the end. We've moved our drive. They're closest to Sampson Trail as we can, which is the flatter part of that road, and then we will make a wide entrance there so people can stand off the road and not be on that road, because like I said, we want a safe road as well. So.
All right, thank you, Larry. Are there any additional staff comments and any response to this?
I have no comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
All right, commissioners, let's have some discussion. And anybody want to start? Are there thoughts, concerns?
I can start. I mean, as we've heard today, my major concern is traffic and safety. I think although 4 to 8 trips to the unit a day, I think is something I heard. That's roughly like 3,000 a year. And that's 3,000 more incidences of possible accidents coming down that hill. And I think those of us that have been in the community for a while know that that's a very dangerous hill. So I think that would be my first kind of comment.
Well, I just kind of wonder, you see, you have the CCNRs that are going to regulate what happens inside the storage units, and you got 40 people that are going to be involved in owning the storage unit. What's to stop somebody from buying a storage unit, such as we're talking about right here, and have three of his friends store their equipment in there, and all of a sudden don't have one owner, you got four, not owners, which I just say, you got four people going into it at any given time. And I just wonder how you're going to regulate the activities in there if there's no one on site to really look around and see what's going on. Did the people police their neighbors, or how does that all come together?
Just like any, Commissioner Moss, great question. Just like any HOA, I mean, in any of our residential neighborhoods with an HOA, there's not a, someone at the gate who checks, but there are compliance things. There are civil avenues if your neighbor is not complying. So like in your example of the person who sublets, no subletting is allowed. And if that is, I mean, we don't want people to do this, but they could sue each other. They can have, there's mechanisms also well before a lawsuit in which aggrieved owners can go to their neighbors and say, hey, you're not following the HOA or CCNR guidelines, and you need to do that. So those kind of questions are important, but there's a mechanism in our CCNRs to require compliance. Also, I want to respond to Commissioner Kinzer's comment on the dangerous hill. I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that the Elo Hill, I think Larry Applegate, they are now like, they want to be a team member on this issue, which when we met with some of the neighbors, I think it was Liz Rucola who said that they had actually reduced the speed limit on that road at some year. I don't remember exactly when that was. But, and traffic signage or, as Larry said, the ability to pull on or off the road without being like hanging out into it. The traffic study, and Morgan touched on this earlier, as part of our final plat, she wants to see a conclusion on our traffic study. But the idea is those numbers are actually elevated anyway because they relate to rented storage units, which have more daily trips than owned storage units. So you're not going to get, and I respect what you're saying as far as the number of a year. Yeah, there will be more people on the road because people will have access to property there. But there are ways that we're trying to address that and have done traffic information and provided it.
I just have one other comment. I agree with you on this traffic situation. I think that Hilo Road's turning out to be a major thoroughfare. I mean, we looked at another storage unit facility that's going to be on the corner of Hilo and Sampson Trail. I mean, that's given the one that's already there right now. A two-lane road of that size with a hill coming down through the intersection seems to me like it's instantly going to be extremely dangerous. And I've come down that road a couple of times in the wintertime when I hit the brakes at the top of it and I didn't stop until I got all the way down to Sampson Trail. And like the car stayed on the road. And that's just my experiences, and maybe I was driving too fast or whatever it could be. But as far as putting a traffic intersection there with 46 units being involved with it, it sounds to me like some type of other proposal would have to be put together because I'd have trouble thinking that that's a very safe road anymore.
I think to add to that, sorry, people are going to be coming out of there with 20-foot snowmobile trailers and RVs and things, and it's hard to come from a stop as you look both ways to check traffic, and then all of a sudden you hit the gas to go, and somebody's already over the hill and coming down.
Yeah.
Well, I think one thing to look at too is kind of what we had to do on the previous not this application, but the previous storage application, is go back to some of the requirements within the conditional use permit as well as the overall platting for that area. Some were noted in the application, but I think that might answer some of the questions or things moving forward. A couple that I have noted on here, like within the application, on page 8 and 9, it actually goes to 9. Part of it is the All Code Section 310-06, use exceptions. And one of them, no more than 20% of the total area of the planned development shall be devoted to uses permitted by the exception. It's clearly using more space than that. I think we're at 30%, or is that correct?
That is for
the land or the space.
Generally speaking, for plan unit developments, you can kind of step each land use up a peg, where conditional becomes permitted, prohibited becomes conditional. That 20% limit is on the prohibited use, I believe.
We're going
Oh,
beyond
so that's if it doesn't, so let me just make sure I understand. So let's say that we have our list of allowed uses within the zone, and somebody is trying to include in their PUD a use that is not allowed. That would be what an exception is.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't have an exception in this application.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that make sense?
You don't have more than the 20%?
Well, no, so it's like, let's say that we had, can somebody help me with some pretend uses?
10% of what's allowed.
An asphalt plant.
Okay, let's say that we had an asphalt plant. So let's say that we were in a zone where we wanted to do an asphalt plant coupled with a daycare. And the daycare was allowed in the use in the zone, but the asphalt plant was not. But the asphalt plant took up less than 20%. Hypothetically, they could apply for an exemption because the asphalt plant isn't an allowed use in that zone, but it could be allowed as part of the PUD if it's less than 20%.
Yes.
Is that?
Meet all of the other standards of a conditional use permit.
So
But did I
our
read this wrong?
use
They were
is allowed.
using less than 20%?
They are using more than 20% of the site, but it is not a prohibited use per code standard.
Storage units
Okay.
are an allowed use in this.
Under conditional use, permitted, it's permitted with conditional use. Okay.
Good question.
So we were,
But then, okay, we'll go back to the main one, with the conditional use permit standards.
let's be organized and just go through one, like CUP, PUD, design review. Each of the,
I have all those listed.
I have them. I have to be logical about this.
Go through the main ones.
Okay, so which one are we starting with?
The conditional use permit.
What?
Start with number 1.
CUP, PUD? That's what I
On
meant.
the list here,
Yeah, I meant.
what do you have if you have number 1?
What? Well, are we looking at the CUP or the PUD?
I was looking at the CUP.
I was too.
Let's look at
go with the
CUP. Whatever you want to do.
Hey, could I comment a little bit?
Yeah.
While we get organized a little bit and just kind of looking at the PUD portion of it. You know, in there, it says that proposed uses and the density is that the density of that it meets the density of the underlying zone, right? So when we're looking at that area, and that kind of goes into meets the general objectives of the comp plan and what's kind of going on in that neighborhood. And what's going on is there's a lot of large residential uses in there in general. And we can talk about storage for rent. We can talk about condo storage, but we're talking about self-storage. We're talking about self-storage. And we're talking about 40 plus units. Metal buildings. And in my world, I understand that to be an industrial type of use. The people aren't living there. It's not residential. And it's quite dense. It's really dense. And to touch on, you know, with all due respect, what Amy was saying, we have legal mechanisms that we can jump in and communicate with the neighbors, but that puts the onus on the neighbors for civil action outside of just communication, which should be our highest and best communication. But the reality is, to get somebody's attention, you're putting the onus on the neighbors. Should this thing be built and there's an issue, you know, you're talking hours of use. Is that going to apply to snow removal as well? We all know these guys run around at 3 o'clock in the morning to get businesses opened up, and their commercial clients especially. This is a commercial industrial use. And I think we can say condo storage units and self-storage all day long, or rented storage, but it's self-storage, right? And is that harmonious with the neighborhood? Is that harmonious with the single family, all of the single families around it? And it's almost like this development has been dropped from space. 40 units that don't look anything like the surrounding units, houses where people are living. And then to add on to it, everyone's gut says there's a health and safety issue coming down this hill. And you can see it. You can see it. Anybody that's driven down that hill in a 33-degree after it snowed, kind of spring wet condition, or, you know, and we're probably 6 months of that here. A good half of our year is that condition. And so it's not safe. To me, it just seems like, and this, Larry, I'm trying to be respectful of your time and efforts and say, when I don't see the density of this being harmonious with the neighborhood. And I see that we have a health and safety issue, and we can talk round and round about stormwater and technical issues like that. But in general, there are provisions in the code that talk about this, the density. Are we meeting this density? Are we harmonious with the underlying zone? And so those are my comments on it. I'm really not, I'm not a pro growth guy, and we do need storage units in this town, but do we plop them in the middle of in our large residential neighborhoods? You know, I have needs for storage. I'm sure all of my neighbors do, but they've saw fit to come to the table and issue their concerns about the look, the feel. And harmonious is really a subjective thing. You know, what is harmonious? Is it quiet? Is it view? Is it color? You know, and so I think when we look at the general density of this, and we look at the health and safety issues of it, I think we have to consider that. I mean, I think those are in my mind our biggest issues to get over.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I think they're harmonious.
Larry, I'm sorry, this is kind of a time frame with the commissioners to discuss among the commissioners.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking.
Yeah, he mentioned, yeah, I'm sorry about that, but it's just kind of a conversation now within discussion with the commissioners and the staff. Thanks.
One thing that I think about the approach location is that it's not for us to decide whether it's safe or not. There are engineering standards that look at the slope of the hill that's here and the sight distance here and the types of vehicles that are coming in and out. It should consider the winter scenario. It should consider the width of the existing road, all of those things. And we don't, right now, the traffic information that was provided just looked at traffic trip generations. I didn't see anything addressing the geometry. And that's actually one of the approval requirements for a CUP is appropriately designed vehicular approaches. So to me, that's not something we should be deciding. That's something that somebody whose expertise is in that area is able to look at that scenario and say, yes, this is safe, or yes, or no, this is not safe, and this is how it needs to be designed in order to be safe. But
And you said that one of these conditions in here addresses that?
one of the conditions of approval for a CUP is
Number 9.
Number 9 is appropriately designed vehicular approaches.
Yep.
That's CUP standards. in 1303, not one of the conditions of approval in the staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, CUP approval requirements.
Mr. Chairman, did I
Clarification.
get a chance to respond or should I not?
No, it's
Okay.
within the commissioner.
I'll sit down.
Yeah. If we have a question, we'll, typically it's within the commissioner. Yeah, and part of that too is, okay, you base it on 35 miles an hour, 95% of the people are going 40 plus. So it's hard to, but it's
Well-
one thing to consider within the application.
But all of that to me should be clear.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. We all see the logging trucks that come off of the state land, you know, and your 100,000 plus vehicle coming down that hill is you know, we're talking, you know, traffic as it grows, heavy traffic like that as well. I mean, that is of a technical nature. I see what you're saying. You know, it'd be interesting to see what that report would look like.
And these requirements of a conditional use permit, or they're, what are they? Is this supposed to have a study attached to it that says that you're complying with this as far as their presentation is concerned?
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say on page 13, it has the list of the conditional use standards. So that's what we utilized in our last storage unit complex. We have to basically go through that list to make sure it doesn't violate or go against any one of those standards. So that's kind of the big thing, I think, for us to go through like we did before. Whatever decision if we have, a lot of times we base it on this, like we did on that last application.
And the advice you received last month from Bill Nichols, it'll probably be the same from Bill Punkany if you ask him, is that if there is any information that you do not have that you can imagine requesting that could be worked on to provide you the insight that you need to make a correct decision, you should state that and have it be worked on.
So as you mentioned, we could go
Thanks
through
for the thumbs up,
each
Bill.
no problem. Application, so I don't know if we want to finish the land unit development phase. I don't know if there was any more on that one. Anybody has any notes or questions, concerns on? I think that's what I was looking at on that one.
Yeah, the density. Safety. That's what I had noted for that one.
So anybody have any other comments on the PUD part of this application? Any comments on the subdivision part of the application?
Just the variances to the setbacks specifically, I think,
Yeah, and with,
which staff requested. Go ahead.
yeah, fine, go ahead.
Oh, just staff included that as a condition to hold
That
the
goes back to the 30.
code setback.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I just can't see giving even more, something like that. So that was definitely one I wouldn't change to that one.
That was all I had noted for subdivision stuff.
Anybody else with anything on the subdivision part of the application? Okay, we'll move over to the conditional use permit standards. And I think there are a few here that would definitely come into play. Anybody else would want to start with these? Or take over everything? Well, I guess kind of like we've done before, if we go down the list of these items, it's on page 8 of our pack, or excuse me, page 13 of our packet here. Again, if, you know, to grant the conditional use permit, it cannot go against any one of these standards. And depending on what we move forward with, we have to potentially give the applicant a way to address that or correct that if it's possible. So, number one, constitute a conditional use as authorized in the zone involved. It is authorized. It's in the zone under a conditional use permit. It is in the code for that. We got number two, be harmonious and in accord with the general objectives and with any specific objectives of the comprehensive plan under this title. This one, I think we've heard quite a bit that I think would have a hard time being harmonious with the plan. I think with the
current state.
Yes, it allows for it in the permit, but it's harmonious with what the comp plan wants, the larger.
I don't think it currently meets the goals and objectives of the comp plan in that area.
Which one specifically?
Number two.
It says designed, constructed, operated, and maintained to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance.
That's number 3.
Existing or likely character of the neighborhood.
Hold on, Tom, that's number 3.
Jumping ahead on my harmonious.
Yeah.
There's a few of them.
But, I mean, what I understand with the objectives of the comp plan, I don't think the objectives are, I don't know if it fits within those objectives as far as kind of moving towards the commercial uses.
Right.
1 unit per acre, or 1 per 5 acres, excuse me. I don't see that one being one that it satisfies personally.
Number 2, right?
Number 2, yes. Any other comments on number 2?
It says including a higher degree of open space, clustering of buildings, and then preservation of panoramic vistas and openness. I think I tend to agree there.
All right, Tom, we want to move to number 3. It's all yours if you want it.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, 3 says be designed and constructed, operated and maintained to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with existing or likely character of the neighborhood. And that such use will not change the essential character of the surrounding area. You know, yeah. I mean, does it meet that?
For me, the appearance of the buildings is a bit of a sticky point. I agree that it does seem to have a bit more of an industrial look with the metal siding. I know that's included in the conditions. And the idea of them being condominiums and being individually owned, they still look like storage units. They haven't been designed to architecturally not look like storage units. So for me, I think that's where I have the hardest time with it being harmonious.
Yeah, I mean, the character of the neighborhood, granted, there's storage units down on the corner of 55 and Elo, but that was something long ago before the current codes, as we all know.
Yeah.
And it just, you're 1 unit to 5 acres. It just doesn't, indeed it's residential, or not necessarily residential, but your individual units, and you're kind of looking at 46 units per 5 acres.
Yep.
Even though they're not dwelling units, it's still, I have a hard time with it being harmonious with the neighborhood and the likely character of it and the surrounding area. And I'm not sure how you would make it harmonious. I mean,
That's landscaping, but I don't know if you'd be able to really do that with the size of them.
Yeah, I think of it in terms of density, and granted, people wouldn't be living in these units, but it still does increase the amount of people who are going to this one particular spot. And, what is zoned as, 1 resident per 5 acres. So it's putting a lot of density on this one piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, the vehicle trips versus even if 1 large home with a large family, you're not going to have the same type of impact. I mean, so, and yes. Any other comments on item 3? All right. I'll move to item 4, not be detrimental to health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use. This one, I think, kind of comes into a little bit of the road and the potential safety issues there. Granted, the pathway would give a little bit of safety area for people off the road if they would come over and walk on, get back on, so you do get that, but I think you are looking at more of coming off that hill and the potential danger of that. I mean, if you're not paying attention, you do come off the top of that hill, you barely have enough time to be ready to go with any of the driveways or Sampson Trail as it is. So I can definitely understand the concern with that. I know they did move their entrance as far west as possible. But I can see, like I say, without specific analysis and speed and then road conditions, you can create that analysis in whatever on dry pavement, but how do you figure wet or snow or ice or certain times of the year when it's slick no matter what, or ice sometimes easier to drive on than the very early snow or late snow. So
I guess my comment with that would be something like Commissioner Nemec said is really, I mean, we have a concern with safety. So that one's not met right now. And that may be, appeased if the proponent would go back and actually get kind of the safety record and have a traffic study and tell us that it will be safe. And then maybe they can meet that condition.
There are formulas. There are friction factors that take into account ice but we don't have access to that right now.
Additional to that, I see on their site plan that they're planning to have snow storage pushed to the north, which would only decrease the visibility of any vehicle coming out of that roadway. So it's not going to help.
Gosh, there's not much room.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
Chairman Lyons, if I can help visualize that area, it's currently a super duper steep slope. So to pile up to make the slope of the hill higher with snow is probably logistically impossible without like a cat to be plowing. But there is a bad sight line because of the hill itself.
Yep.
So.
Okay. All right. Number 5, not cause any substantial harmful environmental consequences to any land or waters within the planning jurisdiction. This really doesn't apply to the drainage, so as far as any land or waters, I don't know if that one really applies.
I do see a risk though with so much vehicle storage of, leaking fluids and issues that could be, especially with the vehicles being in storage, it freezes, you bust a line, and then it all is everywhere. So I think there might be a chemical risk of the vehicle storage.
Do we know what the storm drainage is doing? It's just retained and seeps in?
It looks like it's going to some swales that have dry wells, kind of intermittent in the swales. I don't see any grease spots, but I'm sure Morgan would require that.
Is that part of the CCNRs that if you have a gas tank burst or an oil can in your car and there's a bunch of oil there, are you responsible for cleaning that up yourself? Is that how that, because it doesn't sound like there's anything out there to clean anything up with as far as, the type of industrial products that you use to soak up oil and that kind of thing. But I guess if you have your car out there, is there rules and regulations that say, in case of this, you have to have this on hand? We have an automobile storage in 80% of these units, aren't we? In most, well, maybe not automobiles. It could be gasoline-powered vehicles, I should say. Is that?
I don't think there's any restrictions as far as what they put in as long as it's not commercial use. But I mean, even if it's half of them with vehicles, most is probably more than that. But I don't know if it's from the interior. Morgan, do you have anything as far as on the drains? It looks like just some French drains put in. And really, most of that's down the center line of the property, not necessarily in front of all the units.
So they could probably install some filters. I know there's filters out there that separate oils and other sorts of contaminants, kind of like how gas stations, I think most gas stations have certain kind of filters for stormwater treatment. Those could probably be installed. I don't know what the cost is for those. But from the looks of the plan, it looks like all the water collects in the center of the drive aisles and then they get routed to either swale. I don't have the calculations to verify the depth of the swales to make sure there's enough capacity. But that's in the report that I requested.
Okay. That certainly could be a concern on that item. Okay, we'll move to number 6, not create any excessive public costs for public facilities and services and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. I think overall, I don't see public cost to it. So I think the other item will come in later as far as economic impact to the neighbors. But as far as the community in general, I mean, there's really not a whole lot of extra costs on that one. All right, and number 7, be served adequately by essential public facilities. Services include highway, streets, police, fire, drainage, structure, refuse disposal, water, sewer, which there isn't any, schools. Applicant may be required as a condition of approval to mitigate any deficient public service. Again, I don't see this one really applying to this application. Number 8, non-involved uses.
Hey, can we reel back just a little bit? On the application that I'm reading here, it says that the project will include septic and well services in that category. Number 7, is that a plan or future plan here? I didn't see any septic or well locations on this site.
It's shown on one of those sheets, although it's shown weirdly with the water going to one unit and the sewer coming out of a different unit.
Never seen that.
Sheet number C 3.0.
So it is included on the plan.
Yeah, they've got the water shown going into the unit 1 of building A and the sewer coming out of the office. I just assumed that the water was intended to go into the office.
Mm-hmm.
Got Greenfield where they're pushing the snow.
Yeah. A little past.
That's one area. I don't know if you're piling snow in your drain field and it compacts it, you could damage your drain field and replacement area if you cover that over. Just kind of something to be aware of in the future, but that does look like where they're counting one of the locations. I'm sure that's probably approximate. I don't know if they have those approved yet, but you would not want the drain field where you're going to have a big pile of thousands and pounds of snow. That would definitely affect your drain field.
One thing that's kind of interesting to me that if you want to put a trench drain in your shop, the state will require a grease separator, right? And here essentially you have 40 something of these, and we're just dumping the runoff out into the ground, which is interesting to me. And I don't know that it's required otherwise, but it's
almost standard practice to have a sanding grease trap before you put something into a swale, in my experience.
Yeah, I think they have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
That would probably be something if we do get to any kind of approvals that would probably be needed because the potential of vehicles dripping and leaking out would be fairly high.
Yeah.
Okay.
8.
Number 8, not involve uses, activities, process, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will cause unreasonable production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, odors, other forms of pollution.
Increased traffic, snow removal are all going to cause problems.
Exhaust fumes, glare from lights, odors.
Yeah, I think definitely could apply, multiple things could apply. I definitely think the snow removal in the morning would be noisy. It just, you're gonna have big equipment and the backup beepers, and you can't require they turn them off, because if they forget to turn them on and you made them turn them off, and they cause an accident later, that's a big no. And hard to say what people are gonna use. And again, it's gonna be hard to monitor what they do, because they come in, they do something, they're gone. How are you gonna tell which unit it came out of, unless you catch them multiple times? So, yeah, I can see that one having. Any other comments on number 8? Right. Number 9, have a vehicular approaches to the property so designed as not to create any detrimental interference with traffic or surrounding public or private thoroughfares or adversely affect the pedestrian environment. This may come back to a little bit more of the traffic study on the safety of coming off that hill. All right, number 10, not result in destruction, loss, or damage to important natural, scenic, or historic features. I don't believe there's anything there really historic. Trees aren't that big. Number 11, be on a site sufficient to accommodate the proposed use, including yards, open space, snow storage walls, fences, parking areas, loading zones, and design standards applicable. They aren't using the whole space, which is at least nice, but I don't know if this really would apply unless anybody else. Number 12, have a minimal negative economic impact on the neighborhood or surrounding community. With that area being 5 minimum, 1 unit or 1 home per 5 acres, I personally think it would have, it's tricky to determine the type of negative impact. But typically you're not seeing storage units next to 5 units per acre home sites. I believe there would be some. And as you well know, my background is over 21 years with real estate here in McCall. I'm born and raised in McCall, and I can see, a house next door to a storage unit is not going to sell the same for a house next door to a nice farm acre mini ranch. It's just going to be different.
Yep.
I would price it differently. I can't tell you what that would be without it there, but in my opinion, it would be different. So it could potentially be in a negative.
I absolutely agree.
Again, they're hard to measure. It's at the time. I would look at it differently personally on my professional side of that.
Yeah, it's not my profession, but I don't see how it would be a positive impact by any means.
Well, not even just a neutral.
Right.
So it would change, especially the homes indirectly, directly adjoining the property. So we can see that there's multiple items regarding the CUP. So we can move to the design review. And I believe there's a variety of things that staff has already commented on the design review. I guess first, in my opinion, and I don't want to hog everything if anybody else wants to talk, but first, in my opinion, which is glaring, is the blank walls along the road. I mean, we have consistently dealt with blank walls, and I think we've been pretty firm on, you can't just have a blank wall. It's in the code. It's got to have something more than what I'm seeing here, whether it's windows, and granted, most storage units don't have windows, but it could be something up high that aren't accessible. It could be smaller. They don't have to necessarily open, but I don't even know if that's enough to break up the walls.
I just have a question on the you said 1 office on the property. What's the office going to be for? Is it a common area for presentations or meetings and that kind of stuff?
I think main thing is probably for bathrooms.
1 office and 2 bathrooms, 46 units?
there were
I guess
two
you're
bathrooms.
not out there all the time.
Well, they might have two in the office, I'm not sure, but I mean, just one location for bathrooms.
Yeah.
Now, Brian, besides the blank wall, was there other items? I don't have it here on the design review. There wasn't there?
They recommended not metal siding
Right.
and the light.
Yeah, I didn't get terribly prescriptive in what peers would recommend, but yeah, generally a more residential type siding, board and bat or something to give it kind of a little bit more of a
I would like
residential look. Gooseneck sconces instead of the wedge lights or something along those lines. Again, I didn't get very prescriptive in the requirements. And architectural doors rather than the seal.
You have something with the doors as well, right? The man doors?
Yeah, the man doors. Right now they're proposed to just be flat plane steel, all the corridors. I said, again, didn't say what, but something with some dimension or a window or something to them to make them look a little less industrial.
Well, I think from that standpoint, I mean, if it was a residential house, you know, you wouldn't approve this as a design review.
Yeah, we think not.
And it's going into a residential area. We're already asking for a CUP that, you know, conditional use. I think it's hard to waiver on a lot of the other stuff also.
I agree. Any other comments on the design review portion?
I feel like there's ways to get around, you know, different materials and this and that, but in the back of my mind, I have this CUP discussion that we just had. There's some basic blocking and tackling here on this project that you know, we can talk about materials, but if it's fundamentally something that's not approvable, you know, are we wasting time talking about split-faced CMU block, or you know what I mean?
Well, in my mind, I guess if the design of the buildings were such that it was more harmonious, then it does matter.
Need more harmony with.
Well, we should go through all the items. I'm sorry.
No, let's go ahead, bud.
We should go through all the items for our discussion as well as the applicant. They may modify their application, or, you know, it's up to them on what they do on our decision. And there's also, they could potentially go to council. And so we need to address all the items in the application, even if we have issues on the CUP. So if we go through them, you know, at least they know where we are with all of the items that they need to potentially address, if there was something that would work, so.
Understood.
So, are there any other items on the design? Yeah, and the final item we have is the scenic route. All right, and I think you made some comments on more landscaping as well.
So the scenic route on this application is not ELO, it's Sampson Trail. And it is
far enough off of it.
Far enough off of it that it really does not. The main thing that would normally come out of a scenic route application is additional landscaping along the scenic route. But since there's basically no street frontage, that doesn't really apply in this case.
Okay, so we don't have that. I was kind of surprised on that. I was like, okay. Okay. Well, I discussed it. Commissioners, any other thoughts? Staff, any other comments?
Where does the fencing come in? How does that, what was the staff's recommendation for fencing?
Generally supportive of their proposal for taller fencing than is normally approvable. Just the nature of storage units and needing security. The condition of approval tied to that is that they provide specifications on what the fencing is and that it's at least 70% transparent, open.
Okay.
So it's, 1 inch wrought iron, 4 inch gap.
I think maybe we should see kind of the general feeling of the commissioners before we make a recommendation. I think I have an idea of where we're going, but.
For me, the biggest issue is just the look of it. The way the grading is, where it's sort of recessed, I think that helps with the panoramic views. I do think it's a lot, they do have the open space, and as far as storage units go, it is fairly spread out. There are definitely a lot of units. For me, them being condominium where they're owned units versus rental units does indicate less of a commercial application to me. So for me personally, it's just the look that the look is not harmonious with the adjacent properties. It's an industrial storage building look.
Ryan, your thoughts?
I think I could probably have like 3 things on the conditional use permit standards that I'm having trouble getting over. One of them is really kind of the general objectives with the comprehensive plan. Putting the commercial property in the middle of residential area, I'd kind of take offense to. Not snow storage, but the traffic safety, I totally understand that there are probably ways to calculate that using equations and, that can be more specific to whether it's safe or not. But I still, I drive that road almost daily and see tire tracks in the ditch constantly in the winter of people not being able to stop for that intersection with Sampson Trail as they come down the hill. So that's a major concern for me. And then property values and the negative economic impact on the neighborhood. I don't see how this is going to, be a good thing for that.
Liz? And go around the virtual room. Liz, do you have any comments? Oh.
Yeah, I think we've all talked about all of my concerns, but my biggest one is CUP condition 3, the, changing the essential character of the neighborhood. And I just don't see how this use wouldn't do that.
Tom?
Yeah, I agree with all those and prior comments. Just the harmonious nature of it, the traffic issue, the density of the buildings. There's just a lot of things, and it's just in this particular part of town. I think this project in a more commercial setting is a slam dunk. I think out here we're spreading out. So you have the Stewart property that's on the corner that's grandfathered in, knowing that there's a push from that exact group to build storage units out to the corner. And then this use as well, then it just becomes, we're kind of paving this part of town with storage units. So it just seems like it's not meeting those general objectives of the comp plan when we're talking large acreage residential out here, and then add on to it the health and safety and density. So those are my thoughts. It just feels out of place.
Tony?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Nemec. The study has to be done, or the information should be available on what the traffic situation is and what the ECHD or whoever does the study, excuse me, can come up with, because yeah, we have to look at the hard numbers to say, is it a viable situation or not? And then I agree with what was just said about the general area out there. It's just kind of becoming a haven for storage units, and I don't even know. I'm sure none of us really know what they're going to come up with next on the one on the corner of Sampson Trail and Yellow Road. But that's whether you like it or not, that's in the foray of making a decision about this. And basically, those two issues is the only thing that I would really have concern about or have concern about.
Yeah, and I think there's multiple items under the conditional use permit, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5, some on 8. And technically, if there's one that doesn't apply, you don't get the conditional use permit. And with this and potential other ones, I mean, all of a sudden you got homes surrounded, not just on one side, but surrounded by storage units. And I just don't see that area was envisioned for that type of living. So, and I share everybody else's concerns on those other items as well. So with that, it seems pretty clear at this point, we would not have potentially a vote for any kind of approval. So I believe in the past, I'm trying to think if we gave the applicant a chance to change their application or how we would want to move forward. I don't know if we need legal. I know it's basically the same thing.
Bill, it appears.
Yep, I'm happy to weigh in. So we would need to give staff time to prepare findings and conclusions. And so, we would want to probably, we've closed the public hearing, as I recall, if that's correct. So we'd probably want to table the matter and continue the discussion, probably for the next meeting or a date certain, giving staff time to draft findings and conclusions, which are consistent with the discussion that we had today. And in that time, if the applicant wishes to modify their application, they're free to do so. And we'll just take it from there. Brian, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that all makes sense.
So we table?
We need a motion.
I move to table.
Table and continue.
And direct staff to prepare findings consistent with recommended.
I might say it so I can hear you, or whoever's making the motion. Brian was just adding on to what's needed to be able to direct staff to have time. And I know we can't do the next meeting because that's on the 17th. We're gonna have another one this month. The June meeting, I don't know how that timeframe, if we want to.
Since you are closing the public hearing, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't.
You're tabling it to a uncertain future date.
Oh, I thought you said we need a specific date.
Do we? I missed that part.
Did I hear that wrong?
See, I thought he said either.
Yeah, I mean, it can be either. I like to have deadlines for getting things done, but I mean, if it works for Brian to kind of work through this and then just get it on the agenda moving forward.
I have the skeleton put together already that's in your packet that I can pretty quickly modify. So whatever date works for you.
I would
We
think
only got
June
2
meeting.
applications for June.
And let's,
June.
with the motion, we can put it towards the June meeting. We don't want to try to do it next or 2 weeks.
Right.
So somebody was trying to make a motion. I don't know if it was Tom or you, Ryan.
It wasn't me. I think it was Tom was trying.
Yeah,
If he
I'll
has
make
it.
a motion to table and direct staff to review and comment for that June meeting.
And continue deliberations.
And continue deliberation.
Thank you.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Or do we need a roll call on this one? Excuse me.
Yeah, we can do a roll call.
Let's do a roll call on.
Commissioner Rock?
Aye.
Commissioner Muffley?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Commissioner Nemec?
Aye.
Commissioner Kinzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes. All right, you have unanimous, the motion carries. And do that in the future. So, all right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll move on to final, last but not least. To design.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners,
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Design review 2209, 555 East Dinehart Lane. Do we still have Tim with us with the Fish and Game? Or anybody else who's making this application?
Tim is on the line and.
Yeah, I just unmuted myself.
Oh, okay. All right, I appreciate the wait there, Tim. I'm sure we got you on the last item, but it's all yours.
That's all right. Not my first one of these meetings. Yes, so I'm Tim Eddy, applicant with Fish and Game, 600 South Walnut Street in Boise. So we are simply looking to put a like style metal storage building on the state-owned property on Dinehard Lane. Generally, it's a metal building, about 100 feet long, metal siding, metal roof. Like I said, it's like 4 other buildings that are on that site. I don't want to take up too much time with the description. I'm just gonna take it from there.
Staff?
All right, thank you. Yeah, so this is a design review because it is a commercial zone building. They're putting a pretty large vehicle storage shed at the rear of their property. It's pretty consistent with what's already out there. It's going to be pretty far back and behind a bunch of other buildings. It's going to be difficult to see. The main thing that is requested by staff on the conditions of approval is to put some additional landscaping to screen this building and the rest of the storage or the vehicle yard and the other buildings back there that are not generally consistent with our design guide.
Is there a road back there?
That's all part of access aisle. Yeah, this is a 5-acre sub piece of the 80-acre endowment land piece next to, or kind of by the post office.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So yeah, there's a
Dinard and Sampson Trail.
What are you saying, screening on the, like the north side?
So
and west side?
In the little triangle over here, and then along this fence line over here.
Okay. So nothing at the back part?
No, I mean, without really knowing what the rest of that development.
Well, I mean.
It looks like on the plat, the property line is quite a bit further
Yeah, I mean,
back.
I could see why we would want some in the setback area on the north.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of jumping fast through this, but knowing that something's gonna happen with that state 80, there's most likely gonna be development. I think we should, and it's hard to say where the boundary is gonna be for them. They might be farther back. But, you know, from my satellite view, there's a lot of stuff back there. So I think the building will clean it up, which would be nice. But I think it would be wise to have some buffering because there's a high probability of some development's going to be in that back section.
Back in.
To the north end of it. So if we had some buffer, I wouldn't, you know, not as much if there was something right now, but maybe some trees or some brushes that will grow up over time and kind of blend that building in a little bit better, I think would be wise to, yeah. Because it's almost certain you're gonna have some development back there. I mean, I know the property's already been assessed. I was called about it and they're gonna put it in one of the auctions because it's part of the endowment lands.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so like it's being highlighted there, that's pretty much property that's probably gonna be in the white corner boxes, what this piece is. So.
The orange piece is gonna be
Well, I don't know if that side.
That's just the rest of the.
So that is
the rest of the property.
Remaining property.
They'll probably, my guess is they'll keep a little bit more for themselves. I mean, it'd be wise to, but it's still that back northern section most likely is going to be sold and developed. So I'm sure we'll see that in the future.
Not the section on the east, you don't think?
We won't know until we know.
Yeah, we won't know, but that side is probably gonna be more commercial, just my guess.
Just because
I mean, we can't guarantee anything, but just my guess, just because it is right along Reinhardt.
Sure.
The comprehensive plan has a specific plan for this parcel.
Yeah.
That foresees commercial along the south side, adjacent to Dinehard, and then more residential and park uses on the north.
Yeah, so I think it would be wise to have some more buffering in that, behind that building.
Yeah, the reason I was asking was just like, I mean, if you're entertaining buffering on the north side, just wondering about that east side too and whether it made sense.
Other than that, that's my only thoughts is, I mean, everything else, I think it'll clean up the lot more than what I've seen on the amount of vehicles, so it'll some buffer from noise for anybody to the north as well already.
Yeah.
The only thing I can see is a little bit more landscaping on that north boundary line.
Remind me what the comments were about. Let me look back here and see.
I forgot Morgan again on.
Oh, Morgan, yes. Keep on free. Any comments from you, Morgan? Concerns, questions?
It was mostly just some small drainage items, like incorporating a swale along the west side to prevent runoff to the neighbors. They just need to update a few of their calculations in their stormwater report. I wasn't sure where the utilities for the building are coming from. And I think there's an easement missing for the water main that is located on the property. And that's about all that I had.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I think we'll open up comments for the public hearing. Is there anybody online or on the phone that would like to speak regarding this application? If you're on the phone, *6 to unmute yourself.
It's just us.
Just us? Anybody here would like to speak on the application? Last call, any public comment? Going once, going twice? Okay, with no public comment, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, any other questions, thoughts, concerns, questions for staff or the applicant?
Was trying to remember staff's, they said there was. Structure is generally not in conformance with the.
Hooked up to city water and sewer.
Staff defers to commission.
This building, I.
No.
No?
I don't
Maybe just vehicle. Well,
What's a bathroom?
no.
Tim,
Tim, there's no septic or water, or not septic, sorry, is there water or anything going to the building or just vehicle storage?
There's a bathroom.
Is there a
No,
bathroom?
there's an office in that storage bay. We've worked with the sewer district and we have an approved model run and application with them, and just have the hookup fee if it gets to that point.
Okay.
Yep, I'm okay with it. I just wondered how it worked.
Yeah.
Any
And for
other?
the landscape,
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say for the landscaping, you guys are discussing the landscaping at the north end of that property. So we only have that lease agreement on that 5 acres of the full 80 that's owned by IDL. So I don't know, we would just have to work with IDL to get that landscaping on the north side of that done. Seeing as it's considerably further away from the portion of the lot that we have an easement on, or a lease on, excuse me.
So are we just talking about landscaping directly behind the building?
Yeah, so what, I'm trying to see what the,
20-foot setback dimension
yeah, it's 20-foot setback, right?
from the fence line.
So, yeah, we were just talking within that 20-foot setback.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you.
No worries. Didn't even notice.
Exactly. Seems pretty straightforward. It, again, cleans up some of the stuff they already have back there. They'll create a buffer for potential future development that one of these days is gonna happen. In a commercial area anyway, realistically, I mean, you're gonna have the whatever around it down the road, but. And I think the property next door, is that part of Simplot still, remember right? Right, yeah, it's still part of Simplot's overall, it has all Rite Aid.
Yeah.
At least that's all part of that overall land.
I think it is.
So I don't know, haven't seen anything on that application yet. I'm Open to a motion if we have one, if there's no other discussion or comments.
With the addition of
The landscape.
the landscaping on the north side.
Hold on 1 second, I'm just curious. They're just making it the same color as the adjacent buildings?
I think so.
There's a condition of approval to provide
Oh,
colors.
okay,
Um,
okay,
Yeah, number 4.
okay. I think,
You can do it. Is that what you said?
I said, I think I'm good.
Oh, okay.
What do you, the colors are,
They were made a condition of approval to
okay.
supply the colors.
okay.
I move to approve DR 2209 with the stated conditions of approval and one addition of landscaping on the north side within the setback.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion is approved. All right, thank you, Tim, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now I think we're down to sign.
Yep,
And only one?
put it out there, Brian.
And you all know it.
Staring, don't it?
Did we finally get this one agreement?
It's not an action item, though.
It's
We
not
just get to
an
see
action.
We don't do it, we don't have to do
This has
anything.
been around for a long
Don't
time.
have to do anything. So it is-
All signs are
This
this.
is for information only, is that what you're saying?
It's for the inclusion of the original application rendering that had like that bright white, non-rendered shadow, whatever thing going on with the thing that was supposed to correct it to include shadow, but actually just looked gray. Those are included as reference from the image that is actually close, and I compared them side by side to make sure they were in fact different from one another, and they are. And the sign is approved. And they used, I can't remember the color that they called it. So it is a color that looks
Snow gray?
gray in the shade than it does in the light, but that's the way the color looks. So I was really satisfied by that. And then it's doing the way that things should when they're not the color white. And I haven't wanted to do there to see if it is up. So they did it, it's done.
Okay, it's done. Well, it's good to have that one
And
completed.
it's over. We can all move on.
Is that our only sign?
Yep.
Our only sign.
That's it. And I think that next week I'll be issuing the notice of violation for that electric sign, because they did submit an application, but they have not contacted me since we sent them the please apply for your sign and work towards getting a permit, so. that
Which
might
one
be-
Is that the one south town?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What sign is that?
It's
It's over by like
standing
McCall.
sign that fell over a couple times from
Oh.
plowing.
There's just a sign sitting on the highway.
And it's on the highway right of way side
Nice.
of the road. So
Looks
it's
good.
got a power poles and it's for
Oh,
a company.
Oh,
But
okay, I think I know what you're talking
in
about.
premise, it can become permitted. They're just not doing the work, so I have to send a mean letter, but that's how life works sometimes.
I noticed the new, I mean, it kind of fits into the building anyway, where the ranchetta or whatever went in for the Chinese food place. They put up a new sign on their building.
There's a new one outside of my building that I work in too.
It goes
I was
with-
like,
Send me your pictures.
It's in with the rings and everything, so they're there. It's just, it was a new sign, so I wasn't sure if they came to see it.
They were instructed.
Yes, they've been informed that they need to do a sign permit.
I was driving up from Boise last night and I think I saw this sign outside of Cascades.
I don't do
For
cascade
sale.
signs.
It's a real estate sign.
Was it white?
It's a real estate sign across from the airport that they're selling a piece of property
Not
across from the
mine.
airport.
Yeah, it's a stupid question. What do you expect?
I don't want it.
Okay, I think that covers everything. We do have a reminder here for our next meeting is May 17th. So we got a week off and then we'll come back on May 17th at 4:30. So keep that on your calendars. Sounds like everybody in the past, we agreed that this is all good. So everybody here is still good that we'll have everybody or enough for a quorum?
I'll be
Any other
here.
changes?
I should be here.
There
Okay,
is a slight chance I might have jury duty, so I might have to dial in from the road, but we'll see.
just take a case of beer in there with you. They'll let you out.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Okay, take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Thank you very much, everyone. And have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.